It is the time and place to talk Big Ten football here each and every Monday, 6 Eastern, right here at the Voice of College Football. Appreciate you stopping by. Keep it locked in here for the next 2 or 3 or 4 hours to talk the Big Ten and our Big Ten live show. We've done this 11 consecutive weeks. We would love to continue it. Please contribute by hit that like button. Just get it out of the way. If you've joined us on a regular basis and know that we are going to deliver here at the Voice of College Football. If you're stopping by for a first time, hey, just kick back and enjoy. Give me a call. We have left the link in the comments section of the chat. So just go to the live chat and grab the link there. It's also in the description section of the video, so you can get the link right there as well. Join us right here as we talk Big Ten football. I've got a number of topics lined up, but when you call, you can bring up anything related to the Big Ten. Nothing is off the table. All right. Description section also includes the Amazon link. The Amazon link's in the description section of all the videos. Please use the Amazon link and help support the channel without spending a penny. Same shopping experience. Put the Amazon link somewhere where you will remember it. Also, we've got merchandise at thevoiceofcollegefootball.com. We will display that a little bit later. Let's get started here. I am your host for the next 2 hours. My name is Mark. Some call me the Voice of College Football. You can either call me Mark or call me the Voice of College Football. There's a few other 4-letter words that people call me from time to time. You will see those in the comments section from time to time, but I usually don't respond to those. Actually, I do respond to those, but I don't necessarily recognize the name calling, but I will respond many times to those. So keep the comments respectful there in the chat. Certainly, we trash talk respectfully. The oxymoron of oxymorons right there. Trash talk respectfully right here at the Voice of College Football. Number of things to review here. Of course, it was reported over the weekend by Brett McMurphy that the Big Ten has vetted and cleared Washington and Oregon. Please check out the live stream we did for 3 fine hours with all of you on Saturday. Thanks for showing up for that. Of course, if you've got more questions about that, you can give me a call here. But otherwise, we covered that from top to bottom and then went on and also provided you with the number of proposals and options concerning Washington and Oregon in the Big Ten. If those two are added, what the divisions, pods, or non-divisions could look like, and a scheduling format and a championship format as well. So check out that video that's been posted in the last day. I am currently working on Big Ten quarterback rankings. I actually was about to tell you that they were released, but they're not yet released. I have cut the audio. I need to just lay some statistics down and some graphics, and we'll be all set to release that sometime tonight. I've been pleasantly surprised by the last couple of videos that I've released late at night, and people have been watching them. It was always my thought here on YouTube that we had to release these videos late in the morning, close to noontime. People would watch them at work when they're taking a break, or later in the afternoon around 5-6 p.m. Eastern time, that people would lock in on watching videos on their way home from work, on the subway, or wherever. And that's at least what the analytics tell us. However, the last 2 videos I released, it was like 11 o'clock at night, 11:30 at night. And I just said, you know what? Throw them out there. And you've responded. So thank you so much for that. Again, Big Ten quarterback rankings are coming up either tonight or in the morning. Big Ten power rankings, that's been released as well. We've knocked out the ACC, the Big Ten, the SEC, and the Pac-12. I guess that leaves the Big 12 power rankings. We've got our program rankings coming up soon as well. I promise program rankings are coming. So much to get to. My goodness. We're going to release 2023 program rankings. About 4 to 6 weeks after that, to separate and not confuse anyone, we're going to release our all-time program rankings. We're going to get to as many positions as I can possibly get to across college football. Quarterback, running back, wide receiver, tight end, offensive line, defensive line, linebackers, cornerbacks, safety, special teams in every conference. I would love to get them all done. Don't know if that's possible, but I will give it a heck of a try. Also, of course, we are going to go through every we are going to go through every year in college football, and let you know how or if that national championship should be revised, and if so, how it will be revised here at the Voice of College Football. Hey, if nobody else out there will right the wrongs of society. So there are all sorts of wrongs of society. Just before I came on tonight, I made the mistake of scrolling through Twitter. Well, of course, I wanted to post at the show. I didn't even get to that. You know what? I didn't even post that our Big Ten live show was on. I didn't even get to Twitter to do that because I jumped on Twitter and I was so disgusted by some of the stuff that I saw from some of the punks and cowards out there and some of the demented folks in our society that I didn't even get to. That just derailed me from promoting the show. So we cannot cure the ills of society here at the Voice of College Football, but what we can do is we can cure the ills of college football society here at the Voice of College Football. So we are going to review every season of college football. I've taken my notes all the way back to about 2007, and we are going to redistribute national championships as they should be. All right. I want to get to a couple topics, and then we're going to take our first call. So there are 3 Big Ten topics in the news today. Let me find them. So we have this here coming down from The Athletic about 3 hours ago, where the Big Ten schedule debate stands as athletic directors and officials meet this week. So what we're seeing here from The Athletic is, I've not read this yet. Big Ten officials continue to discuss 3 scheduling formats that would end the current 2-division format in 2024. They're meeting in Rosemont, Illinois, which is probably just Chicago. Plenty of discussion. Illinois AD Josh Whitman says, we've been talking about this for some time. We already knew that. I'm not sure what the timeline will be. We're all motivated to get to some structure in place to get some finality around what 24 and beyond is going to look like. USC, UCLA join. Okay. 3 scheduling formats under consideration. Here we go. Protect 3 permanent protected matchups with games against 6 of the remaining 12 Big Ten opponents 1 year and the other 6 the next year. The 3-6-6 model that we've talked about here many times. I have offered up my recommendations on what that 3-6-6 model should look like across the conference. Every 4 years, each team would play 3 teams 4 times and the remaining 12 teams twice. Okay, or protect 2. That would be the 2-7-7 model. 2 permanent protected matchups played 4 times over 4 years. Over the course of 4 years, each Big Ten team would play the remaining league opponents at least twice, and 2 of those teams 3 times. Wouldn't it just be 2-7-7? No, it would not be 2-7-7. It would be like a 2-7-6. Yes, 2-7-6 model. Okay. All right. Or the flex protect. Aha! Did somebody wake up in the Big Ten office and actually do something smart? Look at this. Maybe. Been talking about this for years. Flex protect. Am I really reading what I'm reading here? The SEC has screwed this up for years. Their scheduling system sucks. It's pathetic beyond belief. I've corrected it many times. The ACC scheduling format is a carbon copy of the SEC, so it therefore sucks. And I have told them ad nauseum, produced how many videos, how many live streams to let them know this is how you schedule. Maybe the Big Ten is finally going to they're going to be the first one to get this right. I should read first before I get too excited. A hybrid model in which each Big Ten team has 1, 2, or 3 protected opponents. It wasn't that hard to do. You finally figured it out in 2024. Finally. Is somebody in the Big Ten office watching our show? And then they came up with this proposal and everybody's patting them on the back? No, you don't have to be that smart. So it could have come from any number of people. Didn't have to come from me. I don't propose myself to be super smart in any way. Finally, okay, this format allows schedule makers the most flexibility. Ha! Oh my word. For anybody out there that watched the video that I just produced here in the last day or two about Big Ten scheduling, bingo! And I've produced the same video like a year ago, bingo, and about 5 years ago, and about 10 years ago. Schedule makers with the most flexibility in terms of competitive balance, home and away rotations, and the specific challenges around West Coast travel for teams playing USC and UCLA. Oh, my word. Finally. And the SEC, of course, knows how to run a football league. In any other way, they make tons of money. They got money coming out of their rear end. Of course, they do a phenomenal job with everything else but scheduling. And the Big Ten's been okay with scheduling over the last, since they divided into divisions. And of course, the ACC is a wreck when it comes to scheduling. Their scheduling sucks. They just, man, to take from a politician I heard the other day, I guess they're just stupid people. My goodness, finally, did somebody finally figure this out? Not everyone has the same number of rivals. Thank you. Thank you. In the SEC and the ACC, they believe that every team has the same number of rivals. That's why you get matchups like Mississippi State and Kentucky that have to be played every year, because that's a rivalry. Or get this one, Texas A&M and South Carolina. I can't think of two football programs, two schools, two teams in the SEC that have less to do with one another than Texas A&M and South Carolina, yet the SEC forces them to play every year as rivals. They're not rivals. Don't make them rivals. Maybe the Big Ten's going to get this right. Why do they even have to debate this? This is dumb. This is, somebody got it here. Their work's done for them. They got it. The Flex Protect. I didn't come up with that term. I like the term. The Flex Protect. Yes. Everybody's different. Yes, Alan, we have two. Nebraska's got two. I guess he's counting Iowa, and I don't know that you've got two. But if you've got two, if you say you got two, Nebraska, fine. Yes, John, I got fired up because I've been proposing this for 10 years. I've been saying this for 10 years. LBC Trojan, good to see you, man. Protected with flexibility. Sounds like a Trojan ad. Yes. Ah, that's a good one. Man, I've been pushing this forever. Ever. Yes. If you're Iowa, you've got Minnesota, Nebraska, and Wisconsin as rivals. If you're Northwestern, you've got one rival, Illinois. That's it. You don't have to make up other rivalries. You don't have to protect rivalries that don't exist. Boston College and Virginia Tech are not rivals. Why are they protected? Why? Dumb. So the ACC finally, they broke through this year, 2023. They're getting rid of divisions and all those dumb rivalries. Although, well, not really. They went back. They improved their scheduling situation a ton in the ACC for 2023, but they still didn't get it right. The Big Ten is taking a step to get it right. You don't need the same number of rivals for everyone. Well, let's take our first call. We've got a number of other topics I'd like to get to. College Football News produced its list of toughest schedules in the Big Ten. And also we've got Penn State and Iowa has been named as CBS Sports' first primetime Big Ten game since, let's see, 1986, right? That would be the last time CBS had a Big Ten contract. All right. Welcome into the Voice of College Football. Chris is on the line. Chris, what's going on?
Would the second rival to Nebraska, would that be Northwestern, do you think?
I don't know. You would have to ask Alan. I don't believe he's headed in that direction. Alan, can you clarify for us? Who do you see as Nebraska's second rival? I don't see it myself, but that's fine. I have never said what has always been my thought, Chris, is that like if you put me in charge of scheduling for any conference, I would have my thoughts about who every team's rival is, but I would actually go to the schools and make sure, okay, this is what we believe your rivals to be, but we want to know your thoughts and your opinions and then we would put it all together.
Just something to consider, I guess. When the WAC expanded, I don't know if you remember, they went from like 9 members to 16, I think, at one point.
Yes.
Well, I don't remember exactly how they did that. In fact, that's been long enough ago that I don't even remember how they did it. But there were people that didn't like it because apparently some teams weren't able to play their rivals. So I don't know. Are you addressing that in a way that I'm guessing you might be? That's one of the reasons the WAC split apart was they weren't playing the same teams every year.
So kind of rephrase that to make me understand. So some teams were not playing their rivals?
I don't remember exactly what the reason was. They had 16 teams in a conference, and I think the main reason they split, I think, was so that they could play the same. You know, you could have 2 separate conferences actually that had natural rivals, I guess, within each conference. That was one of the things that led to the dissolution, I guess, of the WAC. It split into 2. You don't remember?
See, I remember that happening, but I don't remember the cause of it. And so you're saying that there were 16 teams in the WAC, and there were 8 in one division and 8 in the other. And
I don't know if the division. I thought they had 4 quadrants, is what I thought it was.
4 quadrants, really?
Well, no, that's what I thought I remember it being. Maybe I'm wrong about that.
Okay. Do you have any Big Ten related topics, Chris?
No, I guess you kind of caught me off on that. I don't know. So you're proposing that, I guess if I understand your proposal, is it that you said flexible, but is that so that they have the same, who are you putting in those groupings, I guess?
So for example, right now in the SEC, do you know how the SEC schedules?
Well, I just assumed it was just they try to get as many teams as they can get on. I just thought it was just, no, I guess I don't.
So what the SEC does and the ACC, they do the same exact thing, is they have 2 7-team divisions. And so you play an 8-game conference season. So you play everyone in your division, that's 6 games. And then you have a designated rival in the other division that you play every year. And then the other game rotates among the other 6 teams in the other division. So what doesn't make sense is that they have designated a rival for every team in the other division, i.e. Alabama is Tennessee, Auburn is Georgia. Now, some of those make total sense. Auburn and Georgia are huge rivals. It's the oldest running series in the Deep South. Alabama and Tennessee, rivals. But they formatted it so they designated everybody to have a rival in the other division. Well, does Texas A&M and South Carolina, do they have a rivalry? No. Why does that have to be scheduled every year?
Oh. Well, I guess I wasn't familiar, I guess, with the scheduling on that. I didn't know.
So that's what got me excited for the first time about the Big Ten's approach here, possibly, is that one of their proposals is to have flex rivalry protection, meaning they are recognizing that not every school has the same number of rivals.
Well, I would think just being in the same conference makes everybody a rival. Am I missing something?
No,
Oh,
is Ohio State and Northwestern, are they rivals? I get your point to a certain extent. Yes, you could say that everybody in a conference is a rival because they're all competing for the same championship. They all have history with one another, but I'm talking about main rivals.
I don't quite understand why, if what you told me was the truth, why instead of having like South Carolina and Texas A&M, why couldn't they rotate that out to where maybe you only play one of the teams, in other words, not make it a rivalry as much as just a cross game. Why did they have to make it into a rivalry? Why couldn't they just cross it over? You know what I'm saying?
Well, my point being is that the SEC and the ACC have designated rivalries that don't make sense. They are not rivals and don't need to be played any more than any other games in the conference. And the Big Ten looks like somebody in the Big Ten office is well versed in the way things work and should work, and they are bypassing that antiquated way of thinking.
Well, no, I understand you. So they play every team in their division, right? And then I guess because they're limited on conference games to 8 total, they're only able to play one of the 8, right? So why couldn't they just make it why do they have to make it the same team every year? Why couldn't they rotate that over 8 seasons? Does that make sense? I don't quite understand why there's any rivalry there. Forced or unforced, or that part doesn't really make sense to me at all.
Because, for example, Auburn and Georgia are rivals that should play every year.
Oh. So they're actually trying to work in a rivalry that isn't normally in the division, I guess.
They are designated a rival for every team in the division when one does not exist.
So there's really only one outlier then, huh? Did you say there was only one outlier?
In the SEC, I consider there to be 5 outliers and 2 rivalries that should be played outside the division, and the other 5 don't make any sense and shouldn't be played.
Does that game, is the outside division one? I know that would that doesn't count as a divisional game, does it? Since it's outside, it doesn't enter into the divisional standings, right? It would just be considered for the conference game.
Well, all conference games count in the division standings, but it's not a division game, no.
They don't separate the division from the conference?
Well, they do in the tiebreaker.
Oh, okay.
If they have to have a tiebreaker, but they don't have to have tiebreakers because everyone in the division plays each other.
When they have, so like when we, like for example, the Big Ten, what is it? How many teams are they going to have? It's going to be 16 and then maybe even 18?
Yes.
Would that, assuming that, that's yet to be, but assuming that happens, I guess, would that be one reason maybe to include, I don't know how many more games, but is that a reason maybe to include more conference games too? Would that be, so you have 12 games, maybe like 9 or 10 games there?
Oh, well, they already have 9. So are they going to go to 10? It doesn't appear so by the looks of the scheduling models that they are proposing that we were reading off The Athletic. They're going to stay with 9 conference games.
So with 9, does that require again that you play so like let's say if it's 18, that would be 8. So that would only leave them 1 left, right? That's same problem, right? You'd have the 8 divisional and then the 1 conference game.
Well, there aren't going to be divisions.
They're not going to make a division then. Oh, okay. Well, that'd make it easier, I guess. Make it simpler then.
It appears as though there are not going to be divisions. There are not going to be divisions in the ACC this year.
With 14 teams.
Yes.
Was that who proposed that, by the way? That was just something they all agreed to?
Yes. They voted.
Does that, with not having a division, is that so that they won't, because I know sometimes they do those things to, will they still have a conference championship game then without the division?
Yes.
Oh, really? How do they pick the 2 teams then that go?
The 2 teams with the best record.
What if they've already played each other?
The Big 12 does that every year.
Oh, okay.
So they're going to do the same thing. Yep.
That's only because they were granted an exemption though, right?
Yes.
Normally they wouldn't even need to do that, would they?
No.
It's like a, what do they call it, where they play everybody else except for, it's like a round robin sort of thing?
Yeah.
Does that, in your opinion, does that work out very well?
I think it's the best way to determine a championship. I think right now the Big 12 has the best way because everyone plays everyone. It's completely fair.
I remember there was one year between Texas Christian and Oklahoma that they had to play each other twice, and I think Texas Christian actually lost twice. But it didn't seem to me that it was all that fair because with Texas Christian, if they'd beaten Oklahoma, then to me that just brings them up kind of to the same level, doesn't it? One team, if you like, I think Oklahoma beat them twice, so it really kind of it worked itself out. But
well, Chris, every year there's a rematch in the Big 12.
In the title game?
Yes.
Oh.
Because the entire league plays everyone during the regular season.
Is that why Kansas State didn't advance farther than they did? Because they won the title game.
Yes.
So that didn't really put them any higher up on the level there? They beat Texas Christian in the championship game.
Yes.
Why didn't that advance them over them?
Into the playoffs because they did not have as good a record. That was a decision made by the College Football Playoff Committee.
With the playoffs, is that going to be something maybe that would maybe put Texas Christian out of it, do you think?
No, the expanded playoffs are going to 12 teams.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying, assuming they make a stipulation maybe that just limits it to the championship, wouldn't that kind of take Texas Christian out of it if they had a stipulation like that? Where it's the championship, because one of the critiques of the BCS was that it included teams sometimes that weren't even in the championship. So I was just curious, is the playoff going to make it to where you have to play in the championship to even get in there?
No.
That's not going to be. So how are they going to select the teams then?
With the College Football Playoff Committee.
Well, yeah, but that's
how they're selecting it. I don't agree with it, but that's how they're selecting it, just like they do now.
So does that mean they just kind of vote on who goes?
Yep.
So it's like
they would tell you that they don't vote, but they just come to a consensus. But they probably vote.
Do you think that's a fair way to decide it?
No.
Well, I don't know that it's a fair way to, it's like, I don't know how to explain it, but they probably wouldn't have voted Tulane in, would they have, do you think?
Well, they didn't.
Well, I mean, in a playoff.
Oh, in a 12 team?
Yeah.
Well, yes, there's one spot for the best of the group of 5 teams.
Well, that's not going to stay there, though, is it? Aren't they going to just make it the top six teams conference? I think they're taking that out, aren't they?
No, they're taking the top group of 5.
I thought they were taking that. I thought with this playoff coming in, I thought they were going to put in the top, regardless of whether they're a top G5, P5, maybe even an independent. I thought they were just going to put the best 6 teams in the front. Top 6, I guess.
Well, to be more correct in the semantics, they're taking the top 6 conference champions have an automatic bid.
That's what I meant.
Yeah. But that's going to be the Power 5 and the top group of 6.
Not necessarily.
Yes, well, it is. Yes, it is.
Oh.
It just is.
What if the Big Ten, or I don't know, I guess it wouldn't be the Big Ten, maybe one of those P5 programs really falls by the wayside there. I mean, you don't think that could open the door to a Mountain West team maybe, or you don't think that could happen?
If you could research and find me the year that a second group of 5 team would be above a Power 5 champion, then certainly let me know.
Well, I remember when the Big East was still around, they didn't do that. I mean, they were better, I think, than the average G5, but they weren't so much better to where you couldn't maybe consider a G5 in place of them, were they? The Big East, when they had like 8 teams or 7 teams, something like that?
Yeah, it was a marginalized Power 5.
Did you not think that the Big East was a very good conference?
No.
What about when Connecticut went? I thought they had a pretty good team.
Well, they lost by 31 points to Oklahoma, but no, they were not a good team. Now, it depends what you're considering a good team. Were they a good team in terms of, were they a top 50 team in America? Sure, but they weren't good enough to be playing in a BCS bowl game.
I actually thought they looked pretty good against Oklahoma. Towards the second half, it kind of became a lopsided game, but I remember thinking if they they actually seemed to play up to the same level as Oklahoma. They just couldn't close it for some reason. I thought they actually looked pretty good against them. In that Fiesta Bowl? You're talking about the Fiesta Bowl, right?
Yes. 2011, 10 or 11.
Yeah.
10. Yeah.
I know they got beat up pretty bad in the second half, but I thought they looked okay in the first half.
Yeah. All right, Chris, anything on the Big Ten?
No, I think you've got that covered.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks for the call.
Have a good day.
Thanks, Chris.
Have a good day.
All right, folks, welcome into the Voice of College Football. We've left the link to call the show. It's in the description section of the video. It's also been placed a couple times in the chat. We're going to get to a few other, if I can calm myself down, because I was so excited about seeing that the Big Ten may actually make a smart move. And I love the Big Ten. I back the Big Ten and all of that. But and the Big Ten has certainly gotten a lot of things right. That TV contract certainly got that right. A lot of things right through the years, but scheduling, the Big Ten's been better with the schedule over the last 10 years than the SEC and the ACC have been. But this is just, wow. Again, I'm impressed. But it's not been approved. It's only one of 3 proposals. So let's see if we find any other gems here. Again, what I am excited about there is the Flex Protect schedule. So they're letting us know on The Athletic that the Protect 3 model would be the easiest solution for fans, coaches, and administrators to understand. Why do the coaches have to? Why do we? Okay, I'll calm down. The ACC is using a similar model for its divisionless scheduling structure, 3-5-5. The SEC is discussing a similar 3 protected rivals model, but those involved in Big Ten scheduling decisions are confident that any of these 3 models would achieve their 3 main goals, which are to take into account historical and current competitive balance. If you checked out my last video, I looked at how the divisions that I formatted played over the last season, 2022, and the last 2 seasons, 21 and 22. I know that's not comprehensive, exhaustive, but that's what I looked at. Improved schedule balance. So the best thing that comes from any of these formats that are coming out now, the best thing is that there's more balance to the schedule. So you don't have to wait 7 years to play a team. So at the very least, even if they screw this up, even if the SEC and the ACC and the Big Ten come out with scheduling formats that I don't like and you don't like, they can only screw it up so much, because now if they don't designate the right teams to play every year, you're still going to play them every other year. So it's not like Texas A&M, South Carolina, in the current SEC, they play every year, but Texas A&M and Florida only play one every 6 years, and Texas A&M and Georgia once every 6 years. So that mistake is monumental. That mistake, that decision to schedule in such a format is a huge difference. Whatever they choose here, it's not going to change much. If you follow me, there aren't gaping differences between the various scheduling models. They're close to being the same. Whether they protect 2 or protect 3 or go my route and protect a flex number of teams for each school, there's not going to be a whole lot of difference, because thank goodness in all these scheduling models, you will see everybody in the conference at least 1 out of 2 years. Beautiful. What else do we have here? I feel good about a couple of versions. Iowa Athletic Director Gary Barta said. And just so Gary Barta says he feels good about it, I think we can all rest easy now. Nebraska joined the Big Ten in 2011. The league split into 2 divisions. 2014, Maryland and Rutgers enabled the Big Ten to switch to an East-West system. Okay. people would be surprised to see since the split of the East and the West in 2014. So we know that the East has won all the Big Ten championship games, all of them dominated 9-0. That the East has only defeated the West 90-78. So that's not bad. The problem is the best teams in the East are so much better than the best teams in the West. That's the disparity that matters, because Illinois and Northwestern and Purdue beating up on Rutgers and Indiana doesn't really matter. And that's where that 90-78 margin comes from. That comes from the worst teams in the Big Ten West are better than the worst teams in the Big Ten East. And that's where they make up that gap. While Ohio State, Michigan, and Penn State are beating up the Big Ten West, shoot, they just went, those three teams just went, 80. They went 23-0 against the rest of the conference last year. The West is winning all the games at the bottom. So overall, it doesn't look bad. There's more balance and more competitive balance between the Big Ten East and the West than people realize. The problem is, at the top, the East is much better, and it's not changing. So let's see, 9 championship games. The East has won all of them. So that's been Michigan 2, Michigan State 1, Penn State 1, Ohio State 5. Okay. Anything else? Rivalries are an important component of the decision. Michigan has 2 signature rivalries with Ohio State and Michigan State. Iowa has 3 with Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Nebraska. Others vary in intensity from school to school. Thank you. Newcomers, Maryland, Rutgers, USC, UCLA don't require more than perhaps one protected foe. Yeah. Plus, the league wants to limit all of its football programs to only one West Coast trip per year. If USC and UCLA were each other's only fixed opponent, that would help with scheduling and sequencing everyone else. A big benefit of that flex protect option. Thank you. Okay. So that's our first topic of the night. Next up, as mentioned, we've got Iowa and Penn State have been announced as the first CBS game featuring the Big Ten. So the Big Ten will become a permanent fixture of CBS's signature 3:30 Eastern Time slot, taking over for the SEC, of course, in 2024. The conference will see a number of games played on the network in 2023. The first will be September 23rd, Penn State, Iowa, whiteout game. Penn State and Iowa. And if you're a big believer in whiteouts and night games, especially in this series, then you've just deducted about 15 to 20% of the likelihood that Iowa's going to win this game. The Big Ten on CBS schedule will officially begin in week 1 on September 2nd, with future selections to be announced. '23 marks the first as part of a 7-year deal between CBS and the Big Ten. Penn State 17-14 all time against Iowa. And then more about each team. Okay. And again, our Big Ten power rankings are out. Please check them out. Please let me know what you think. We have posted our Big Ten power rankings. I believe we did that on Sunday. We also have quarterback rankings coming down very soon. Big Ten quarterback rankings. Next up, College Football News has ranked the toughest Big Ten schedules. Oh, look who's got the easiest Big Ten schedule. Penn State, apparently? Huh. Interesting. Okay. Really? Okay. So this is according to College Football News that Penn State has the easiest Big Ten schedule, meaning not just in conference play, but overall. If we can get this ad off the screen. All right. So the crossovers for Penn State are Illinois, Iowa, and Northwestern. So I don't know why that's so horrible. Okay. And they play West Virginia outside the conference, but they play in the East where they've got to see Ohio State and Michigan. Okay. Number 13 is Michigan. Well, Michigan doesn't schedule out of conference games. So we know that. Well, I don't really have an issue with the ad blocker. It doesn't really bother me because it doesn't get in the way of I do have YouTube Premium. So that's the important ad blocker there. Okay. Super chat coming in. Appreciate Stephen being here. Thank you so much for the contribution. And it's a whiteout. Can't wait to smell a rat when Ferentz visits. We are. Stephen, appreciate you being here. Thank you for being here. Penn State love coming in from Stephen. So Michigan's at number 2. That's no enormous surprise. We, of course, know that Michigan, again, does not play anyone outside the conference. It's this year, it's East Carolina, UNLV, and Bowling Green. In the West, they don't have their Western schedule, so messy job here by College Football News. What you need to see here is you just need to see the schedule. Just put the schedule up there. Put your little paragraph there that nobody's going to read. Then you put the schedule there. All right. Maryland. Well, Maryland has not been scheduling out of conference games. And there you go. Towson, Charlotte, and Virginia. I have no issue with Maryland scheduling Virginia. They can't take accountability and responsibility for Virginia being awful. It's a Power 5 team in the ACC. That's fine. But last year, Maryland did not play anyone outside the conference. SMU was their toughest game. And I believe the year before in 2021, they didn't play anyone outside the conference. So it's Towson, Charlotte, and Virginia. A little weak. A little, you know what? A lot weak. And again, a poor job done here because they should be telling us who Maryland plays outside the division. Okay, Wisconsin. They've got Rutgers, Ohio State outside the division. Again, this is just this is just not good. We're going to get off this. It's just awful. No. People that run websites need to be able to present the information. It's not hard. I don't know how many times I go to a story about TV ratings, division series down over the weekend. And I look at it and I'm just seeing paragraphs of numbers and stuff. Give us a line by line chart. It's easy. If at very least, what that article should have done was show you, because these are the differences in the schedule. We all know that Maryland plays in the Big Ten East and who's in the Big Ten East, okay? If you're a college football fan, you know. Maryland's got to play these teams in the Big Ten East. Okay, just either list the entire schedule or list the Big Ten Western Division teams they're playing and their out-of-conference schedule. So we can actually look and compare and say, oh, yeah, that ranking makes total sense, or they don't know what they're talking about. One or the other. Cole, check it in. Cole, thank you so much for being here. Appreciate the super chat contribution. Iowa has the easiest schedule in the Big Ten. Iowa does not face Ohio State or Michigan. They've got Penn State on the road. And their other two non-division games are Rutgers and Michigan State. Rutgers, Michigan State, Penn State, and then only Iowa State outside the conference. Probably, Cole. I think you've got a good point there. Maybe I should rank the Big Ten schedules. Maybe we'll do that next. I'm going to write that down. I'm ranking conference schedules now. Rank conference schedules. Bilal's joining us tonight. Bilal, good to see you. Keep in mind that we've got the Ohio State show is coming up, Ohio State Live. That's on Wednesday at 11 a.m. Eastern time. Tonight, Big Ten fans, is an extension of the Big Ten. We've got USC Live. That's at 11 Eastern and 8 Pacific over on the USC channel. We got a big Tuesday in store for you, Big Ten fans. We've got Iowa Live at 5:30 Eastern and Nebraska at 7 Eastern. Cole likes my idea. Yes, let's rank the Big Ten schedules. Let's get to that. The Reels here. Good to see you. Yes, I love the rankings and lists. We've got quarterback rankings ready to release here very soon. All right. So I believe we've covered the three things I wanted to hit. Was the CBS announcement of Iowa Penn State as the first conference game, primetime. That's on September 23rd. Then we've got, yes, the scheduling format is being released. If you missed it, I got a little fired up because the Big Ten may be making an extraordinarily good move that I've only requested for the last 10 years, and that's a flex protect schedule. And then we also have, according to College Football News, and the guy that runs College Football News, Pete, I don't know how to pronounce his last name. It's like Pete Fitak. He's a great guy, exceptional guy. He's been on here. We follow each other on Twitter. Exceptional job. College Football News, I go there all the time because they'll have, it's just a easy way to say, okay, I want to look at the Maryland 2023 preview. And it's not in depth, but it gives you the nice snapshots of, here are the three key positions on offense, three key positions on defense. Here's the schedule. Here's the quarterback battle, whatever it is. There it is. Yeah, they did a poor job of deciphering that information and presenting it. Just not good. Futak. Pete Futak. That's it. Rank the conference schedules. Love doing that stuff. Love it. Love it. All right, everyone. Our next show, there it is, USC Live coming up at 11 Eastern, 8 Pacific. We've got John D'Adamo taking over for me at 8 o'clock Eastern time. This is the Big Ten Live show. We come your way every Monday at 6 Eastern. And look at this. Tuesday night, 8:30 Eastern time. Clemson, Ohio State, 2019 playoff. Controversial plays, big finish, down to the wire. Great debate month continues here at the Voice of College Football. May is great debate month. It continues right here. We've had 3 tremendous debates thus far. This one, you need to be a YouTube member or a Patreon member because we're watching. We are going to watch the majority of the game. We're not going to sit for 4 hours and watch like the entirety of the game, every play, replays, the whole deal. But we are going to watch a condensed version of the game. We're going to slow down, stop, and dissect the key controversial plays and go at it. So we've got some of your favorite Clemson personalities coming on Tuesday at 8:30 Eastern time. And I guess I will just stand in as a neutral bystander for the other side. Just to make it fair, I will have to stand up for these guys right there. I don't like to do it, but I'll have to take a side in this. And I'm going to do my best to try to make a case for these guys right here against the Clemson contingent. Which reminds me, there's another Clemson guy I need to contact that I meant to bring him into the conversation. Hopefully, we've got about 130 watching right now. I wonder how many of you shop Amazon on a fairly regular basis. I'm guessing 60 of you have shopped on Amazon in the last month. All you have to do is grab the link in the description section, put it somewhere where you will remember it. And it helps build the channel. That is a way for you to contribute to the channel without spending a penny. Is just when you do your Amazon shopping, please use the link in the description section. I see the name of one Tim Prangley in the chat. You know what that reminds me of? That reminds me, probably don't have the banner lined up where I can find it, but we've got Anthony Munoz lined up for Sunday, June 4th. Anthony Munoz, arguably the greatest left tackle in the history of college football and the NFL. Anthony Munoz on the USC Trojan Conquest live show. That's coming up June 4th. Tell your friends, mark it down yourself. Whether you're a USC fan or not, if you love football, college football, the NFL, we have one of the all-time greats coming on. And so we appreciate Tim. We appreciate Rick doing such a great job with their show, Trojan Conquest Live, every Sunday. Anthony Munoz, Sunday, June 4th. Let's go to the lines. Welcome to the Voice of College Football. Who's on the line? Oh. That's our buddy John getting himself ready for the 8 o'clock window. I still get fooled by that because I don't look, and I just bring the next caller in. Michael, thank you so much. Yes, hit the like button. Now I believe it's the best time. And in the meantime, you can get ready to make your call or your comment, your super chat question, any of those things. But in the meantime, both of us are on the internet pretty much all the time. It's fun. You get to socialize, you get entertained. And in this day and age, it's pretty much necessary. And even if you're one of those people that's not on the internet all the time, you know what is? Your personal information. And there are people out there trying to hack you all the time. They want your email address. They want your phone number. They want your place of employment. And they want to do bad things with it. There's also fairly legitimate corporations and companies that want your information. They want it for marketing purposes. They're going to buy it. They're going to sell it. They're going to trade it. At the very least, it's annoying. Robocalls all the time. That's at the very least. At the worst, it's a threat to your family, to your friends, to your personal information, to your banking, to your finances, to your security, to your safety, to your identity. Companies immediately. I went all over the place. I asked people. I was online looking for the best company that could serve my needs and secure my information. You know who I found? Aura. And I'm glad I did. It was amazing. I contacted them. They got right back to me immediately. Their customer support is phenomenal. Their customer service is first-rate, friendly. They are detailed. They know what they're doing, and they do it right, and they will protect credit score. They notify you anytime there's a possible data breach. This has happened to me a number of times. I'm getting notifications all the time when there's a possible compromise to my credit score or anything that I don't want. They've got a VPN that will allow you to browse the internet anonymously. It's amazing. And again, customer service support available 24/7. Click the link in the description section below and get 2 free weeks of Aura. Protect your finances, protect your information, protect your privacy, protect your identity. I did, and I'm glad I did. Aura, thank you so much for what you've done for me, and now for my Voice of College Football community. Aura, thank you so much for being a member here at the Voice of College Football and for partnering with us. And again, it was so funny just because to have them reach out to us to be a sponsor here at the Voice of College Football, not knowing that I had either used their product for the last close to a year was a good thing, because it's great when you can sponsor something that you've used and you believe in. So check out the link. Again, it's aura.com/Mark Rogers. Of course, over the weekend, we discussed the reports that came out courtesy Brett McMurphy about Oregon and Washington being vetted and cleared to join the Big Ten. So that needs to be, again, clearly communicated in regards to my understanding of this. And again, we don't know exactly what that means, except vetted and cleared, I believe, to be just the next step in the process that the Big Ten and is looking at those particular schools, but not cleared as in cleared, meaning they are joining the Big Ten. Much to be decided there, we believe. We will find out. B. Bean, good to see you as well. The link's in the description section, and the link's also in the live chat. I came armed with 3 topics tonight. I thought we were all ready to go because I thought, shoot, I always have no topics much of the time, and we keep this thing going for 2 or 3 hours. But tonight I thought I've got 3 topics, and then we'll get some calls and we'll keep things going. And so please call the show. Again, we got quarterback rankings coming up soon, and I want everyone to realize how excited I am that we're going to launch something tomorrow night on Tuesday night that we've not done on a broad scale before. We've done watch parties. We've done, the Knuckleheads have certainly watched games on Patreon before, but this is the first time that we've watched a game on the Voice of College Football together, a old game, a historic legacy game that we will watch together, Clemson, Ohio State 2019 playoff game. And again, a good time should be had by all as we discuss and debate one of the controversial games of the college football playoff era. I got to think that that is the controversial game, yes, of the college football playoff era. Is it not? And then we're going to line up Ohio State, Michigan 2016. And again, I have let all of you know, if you've got a topic to debate, please let us know. Welcome into the Voice of College Football. Will's here.
What's up, Mark?
Will?
Mark, I love seeing how excited you were about the new possible Big Ten schedule. Is it official that scheduling, or they're still not sure?
No. So that was reported by The Athletic, and there are 3. The other one, they protect 2, and then the Flex Protect, which I didn't come up with a cool name for it, though.
Mm-hmm. I like that idea. Do you think if the Big Ten does it, then other schools, other conferences will start to do it, or do you think? I think the Big 12 should do it for sure, the new Big 12, the Flex Protect. I think it would help that conference out a lot.
Yeah, it would help that conference out a lot, because to try to determine a set number of protected rivals in that conference they're going to be all over the place, especially since they've got this mishmash of old and new.
Mhm.
Yeah, absolutely. Now the ACC has already committed itself to the 355 model, which is great. I think it's a huge improvement,
Mhm.
but it's not this good.
Yeah. Sounds good as you heard. So, do you think they'll do definitely Ohio State, Michigan State? I think they'll do the Iowa, Nebraska for sure. Iowa, Wisconsin, Iowa, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Minnesota. Definitely all of those for sure.
Yes. I also think that they are going to want to make Rutgers and Maryland feel good.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think that they want to come to a conclusion that these two schools over here, they don't have any rivals. Nobody really cares about them. So they will probably give that rivalry to each other. I'm
Do you
guessing.
think that they'll give that to Penn State as well? Penn
And
State,
maybe
Rutgers,
Maryland,
Penn State,
State.
Maryland.
I don't know about
Yeah.
Rutgers and Penn State, but yeah,
Well,
I
only because of geography. That's why I came up with that one.
sure.
Yeah.
No, I understand, but I don't see that as a protected rival. I would kind of tend to lose a bit of respect for their system if they come up with that one, but it's still just going to be such a better option to go with that. So if they have to make a few little political decisions, I understand. They want to make everyone look good. I get it. So that's fine.
Yeah. Mark, do we know what will happen if there's a three-way tie in the Big Ten East with Penn State, Ohio State, Michigan beating up on each other? Do you know who would be the champion of the Big Ten East?
Oh my goodness. Yes, there's a formula for that. And I remember we talked about it last year, and I don't remember. Somebody chime in if you remember what that is. I hope it doesn't come down to the college football playoff rankings. I don't think it does. It would have to come down to a point differential, or it comes down to some type of common opponent. I think it comes down to a record difference. That's what it comes down to. It comes down to the records of who they played in conference.
Okay. I mean, I don't know.
That's
I guess
what
there's
it
no
was.
great way to decide it.
No, there's not.
Yeah.
There's not, but that would be wow. Can you imagine they all go 11-1?
I think that could happen just because I feel like Penn State's actually we're as close as they've been to the level of Michigan and Ohio State.
Yeah.
Since 2017.
Yep. That could happen. And then, wow, in a 4-team playoff, to leave two of those teams out, or to even include only one of the other two in a 4-team playoff. Wow, that would be something.
So I'm glad that CBS is getting the whiteout. Like, I think CBS has got to be happy with that. But do we know who's going to be on the telecast? We know Todd Blackledge is. It's Iron Eagle, right?
I don't know who's going to be on the. I looked through the entire article. It wasn't listed there who's going to be on the. I don't know.
Well, I hope it'll be good. I don't know.
Do we know who they're putting Blackledge with?
I think it was Iron Eagle, but I'm not sure.
Oh, you're right. Yes, I did see that.
Yeah, that's who I was trying to figure out. I wasn't totally sure who it would be. But I don't know. I came up with my idea here. Who they should have as a tiebreaker. I think they should do strength of non-conference opponent. I mean, I'm not trying to just rail on Michigan here, but I think that would give teams a better, more incentive if they did that for all conferences to have their non-conference.
That would be, yes, I love it. I love it. Will's got the idea of the day. So I'm happy over the Big Ten considering my idea. Now Will comes through with another great idea. Yes, because I don't remember the particulars, but when we went through the whole Ohio State, Penn State, Michigan scenario possibilities last year at 11-1. It was just so microscopic, the difference. Like one of them played 3 teams that went 21-19, and the other one it was 22-18, and the other one, it was like, are you serious? This is what it's going to come down to, that one of them played Illinois, who was 5-4, and the other one played Purdue, who was 6-3 in the conference. Like, it's going to come down to that. Whereas you just pointed out, play somebody outside the conference.
For sure. All right, Mark. I gotta get going. I'm meeting up with some Bible study with some friends about going to the gym. So
Good for you, Will.
Yeah, it should be
That
nice.
is good to hear.
Should be a nice night. I'll see you later, Mark.
Thanks for joining us, Will. Have a good night.
You too.
All right, we will keep it rolling here at the Voice of College Football. It's nice to see some familiar faces, like to see some unfamiliar faces as well. So if you've yet to call, you don't have to add in your video. You can mute the video, if that makes sense. You can block the camera, and you can give us a call, just like we used to do call-in lines, and we used to get a lot more calls. But the audio on the StreamYard is better. Number one, that's what everyone told us. The audio is better on the StreamYard, number one. Number two, we get to see your smiling face, if you so choose. And number three, it doesn't cost me $12 to $15 every time we do a live stream. So those are all good things, especially that $12 to $15. Yes, good thing. Welcome to the Voice of College Football. Jobo's here.
What's going on, Mark?
Not too much. How you doing?
Doing good. I just wanted to call in because I mean you mentioned a couple of times about the great debate week and the upcoming tomorrow Clemson Ohio State 2019 debate. So I just wanted to call in and plug that a little bit.
Absolutely.
That I'm really excited for that. That's going to be a really good one.
Yeah, I understand that there were some controversial calls. I'm going to have to brush up on that tonight, and
Me too.
I'm taking up for one side, so I'm just taking up for them, just so they have someone to argue their point. So,
oh yeah, I got to touch up on it too. It's been a while. I mean, I remember some of the talking points I used like immediately after the game, but I used to be like, at least for a couple of months after the game, I had a really good working knowledge of not every event in that game, but just a lot of specific details about how that game played out. Rod Farva in the chat is getting mad at me because he said, "Why would anyone want to relive that game?"
Oh, come on!
It was a great game. It objectively was a great game.
Yes.
No one will deny that it was a controversial game. There was a lot of interesting happenings within that game, but it was a great game. It was definitely one of the best semifinal games that we've seen. So, and really up until this past season, it was the only. Maybe no, that Georgia Oklahoma, Sugar Bowl was great. Not Sugar Bowl, but I'm already forgetting what
Rose Bowl.
Yes, thank you. But other than that, it was a great game. Great game. So
yeah. Well, I was actually kidding, Jordan. I'm obviously biased, just like you are, but we're going to try to set that aside, and we'll have a healthy debate. And I'm going to do my best not to be biased, but I am. So full disclosure here, yes, we're all biased. Nobody's unbiased. Anybody that gets on here and says they're not biased, I get the point that you're trying not to be biased, but everyone is. So that we can't completely rid ourselves of bias, but we're going to have fun watching the game and picking apart those particular plays that were meaningful. Now, we could take it to another degree in terms of Ohio State made misplays in that game that we'll certainly watch. We'll watch the game and talk about those, but I want to focus more on the officiating side of it because, hey, certainly Clemson can't be responsible for Ohio State, dropping passes and misreads and miscommunication between quarterback and wide receiver. Those are just things that happen in football that, are part of the deal. But we'll watch it all, and it'll be a whole lot of fun. It was a great game.
I'm really interested to see because I don't know every Clemson personality that's going to be on there with us, but I'm really interested to see what happens when we get to the fumble, not fumble. That's really the one that's going to probably be the most contentious. So that it's going to be a really good time. So if you guys in the chat are really interested in listening to that, if you're not already signed up for the Patreon, you should definitely consider it, because I think it's going to be a really fun time. So if you want to see that, obviously we can't do it on here on the main channel because of copyright concerns, but it should be a really fun one. So consider signing up for the Patreon if you haven't already, or joining the channel. That is another way you can get access to it. So make sure you
folks,
guys
we're going to do others. So we are, if this is not a one-time event, we are going to again address other important and controversial games and situations in college football history and do the exact same thing. So
yeah. And I also wanted to bring up, and because this kind of ties back into the Big Ten. Obviously, the news today about the ACC, like 7 members of the ACC coming out and voicing that they are going to move forward and and find a way to at least dissolve the grant of rights, if not completely dissolve the conference within the ACC. And obviously, that would leave the door open for a conference like the Big Ten or the SEC to come and take some teams. I don't remember. I believe it was Clemson, Florida State, NC State, North Carolina, Miami, Virginia, and Virginia Tech. I think that's what was named in the tweet. I think Ross Dellinger put it out first, or I believe it was, or it might have been Brett McMurphy. I don't remember who reported the story first. But what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I got to tell you, I have not looked into it. I found that out just a couple of minutes before I started on here. So I'm looking at the article by Dean Straka, came out an hour ago. Florida State, Clemson, Miami, North Carolina, NC State, Virginia, Virginia Tech as the 7 schools that have met with legal teams in recent months to examine the league's grant of rights. So this is where things tend to get propelled a little forward and out of proportion by fans sometimes. Right. Is that okay? They are meeting with legal teams, so we don't know how far that process is. They could be just saying, can you review this and tell us if there are steps to be taken, if we should even consider taking future steps? Or they could be down the road a little bit. They could have already had it reviewed and said, okay, we've got something to work with here. And they've already gotten together on, so I think there must have been contacts between these various schools to determine, okay, well, first of all, we can save some money if we go together and get this reviewed, instead of just one school taking this on. And also, we're showing the ACC that we have a contingent here that's not happy with this grant of rights. So they're getting a few things accomplished here. They're being economical about it, and they're also showing the ACC that they're serious and that there are, half the conference is serious about this.
Are you surprised that Duke was not included in that? Because I think that when I saw the original tweet, the replies were pretty entertaining. There was a lot of people like surprised that schools like NC State and in like Virginia Tech were among those schools and not not Duke and or Georgia Tech. And so I thought that was intriguing. I don't know the politics behind that, but maybe Duke is in that group as well, but not wanting to be named, or they're not as forward about it. But I thought it was interesting, just the grouping, those 7 schools as a group was really interesting.
If you would have told me that there were 7 schools and had me name them, I would have hit 6 of the 7. I would not necessarily have hit NC State.
I wouldn't have either.
The first 4 are obvious: Florida State, Clemson, Miami, North Carolina. To me, just in regards to them being the most marketable. And then Virginia Tech, just in hearing about, in previous weeks, in recent weeks, that they've been on the cusp of this and wanting to find out their options. So that's why I was not surprised to see those two schools. But NC State, I didn't know that they were in the mix here.
Yeah, and the Virginia schools have always been really interesting because, especially as of late, because the football product certainly has not been it's never been up to snuff really at Virginia. And Virginia Tech, they haven't really been what people a lot of people that grew up to know them as have been so I've always wondered how much of their brand has taken a hit, but there's still the two primary schools in Virginia that's still a valuable and growing geographical area, and they're both. Virginia is a really, really good school, so they would be a great addition from an academic standpoint as well. But I've always wondered where they fit in, and really, especially Virginia Tech, because I think Virginia does have obviously they have basketball, they have the academics, but Virginia Tech is not considered to that level. So I've always wondered how they kind of fit into this, because they haven't been really great on the football field in a while, and they're not as, I guess they're not as marketable, I guess, as they used to be. So they're a program that's always interested me for a number of reasons.
Yeah, you make all really good points. It's not a great school academically. And again, I'll use a page from Tony Altimore just to outline that we're not dissing anyone. These are all great.
Yeah, these are not. Yeah, the ACC is is arguably the most academically prestigious conference, arguably. So none of these schools are bad. So that's for sure.
But that's not a calling card, or it's not notable compared to the rest. And then, as you mentioned, the football program, it's certainly shown for 15 or 20 years what it could be, but it's not been that for roughly 10 years or close to it. And then I don't know about the other sports, and it's not a big TV draw. It's not a big TV market. Virginia Tech, I doubt if there's much draw from the DMV to Virginia Tech. And Virginia's never had a good football program, really. No. I know I've got one friend who loves Virginia athletics beyond anything you could imagine. If Virginia's playing anything, tennis, he knows what's going on. And I had to show him the record books one time to say, I'm sorry to break this to you, but your football program has never been. No, they've been good. They've been 8-4 good, but I mean, they've never been any kind of a factor nationally ever.
I will give them. I think the biggest accomplishment in Virginia football history. I believe they were the first ACC program to beat Florida State when they joined the conference.
They stopped work done at the goal line in '95. Yep.
So
and they
always
also
give credit for that.
Miami a 48-0 win or loss in the final game of the Orange Bowl. The last game in the Orange Bowl was Virginia 48, Miami 0.
Yep. And that kind of marked the beginning of the end for Miami as far as, dominance and prominence, within the national landscape, which I still can't get over. That's it. Miami was supposed to be, when they joined the ACC, it was considered a home run, slam dunk addition for the conference. With Florida State was kind of on the tail end of the Bobby Bowden years, and they were still relevant and they were still going to BCS bowls, but their kind of national championship years had passed, and so the conference was really needing a dominant force that was consistently contending for national championships and all of that, and Miami definitely was supposed to be that, and they were that for at least the first couple of years. They were going to Orange Bowls, they were going to BCS bowls. But man, when they tore down the Orange Bowl, I think a part of that program just was irreparably, damaged. And I think they can come. Obviously, they can come back from it. They're still Miami. And obviously, you see what they're doing in recruiting, in the present day. But man, the ACC really, just as a conference, there's just so many brands within the conference that can and should be better than they've been, for like the last decade. And it's frustrating because it's just poor leadership at the conference and university level has kind of tanked the reputation of the conference. And obviously the ACC has never been considered a football conference, but they certainly had the potential and had always had the potential with a lot of the brands in the conference to be a really strong conference in football. But we may never see that.
I posted a video not that long ago. Well, it was a long time ago in terms of YouTube years, but it was about 5 years ago when I would argue that in 2016, that while I still believed that the SEC was the best conference, that the ACC had the best season. The ACC had a better season collectively than the SEC that year and was the best conference on the field for the 2016 season. And I produced a video to basically say, look at the landscape of college football, look at the geography, and look at where the football players reside. And the ACC actually has, even though it's the Big Ten now, in a lot of respects, the ACC is the best opportunity to challenge the SEC because they have the most football players. And I know it's about a lot more than that, but that is a big component to playing football where the football players are.
Yeah, I mean, and they cover, geographically, they cover a wide range of, and a very talented, portion of the United States. And it just, for whatever reason, the programs that should be getting that talent aren't. Miami has obviously notoriously struggled at keeping. Miami and Florida State recently have struggled at keeping talent home. And there's just the North Carolina schools. I contend that North Carolina is probably I think it's the most underrated state in really in the United States as far as football talent. I think they produce, like, if you look at the NFL draft, all of that, they consistently put out really quality players, but haven't really seen a team in the Carolinas, well at least in North Carolina, take advantage of that. I mean, obviously you have Clemson, but Clemson doesn't even really recruit its state as strongly as other schools do. They go into Georgia and Florida and all of that. But yeah, it's just this conference has the reputation of being a weaker conference when it really shouldn't, considering where all the football players are. They're situated in a really good spot. But again, we may never see this conference operate at peak efficiency at this point, just given the landscape of college football and the grant of rights, and it's not looking great at least for the future of the conference.
All right, Jordan. Anything else?
No, Mark, that's it. Thanks for having me on. I will see you. Well, I'll talk to you probably tomorrow. And yeah, I'll just plug it one more time. If you guys for those of you that are just joining, if you are interested, we have the Clemson Ohio State 2019 debate on Patreon. So Tuesday 8:30 Eastern time, should be a lot of fun. So if you guys are interested, even if you're not an Ohio State or Clemson fan, it'll be fun, because we'll definitely it'll probably get heated at times. So I'm really excited for that. So make sure you guys, if you're interested in watching that, consider joining the Patreon or joining the channel so you have access to it.
All right, Jordan. Appreciate you being here. We'll see you tomorrow night.
All right, Mark. Talk to you later.
Again, Clemson, Ohio State, great debate, 2019 college football playoff, ton of controversial calls Tuesday at 8:30 Eastern. Lemansky, thank you so much for the super chat. With Huskers in the midst of a bad Western movie, expect Oregon and Washington joining USC, the Tim University, and UCLA. Run into the light. The only thing wrong about that is joining USC, the Tim University, also the Rick University. Let's understand that. Run into the light. Lemansky, thank you so much for the super chat. The Rod Farvo with an interesting comment about what school has been the bigger bust in football since joining a new conference? Nebraska, Big Ten, or Miami ACC? That's an interesting one. The Rod Farvo with that analysis for us. May want to attack that one at some point. Welcome to the Voice of College Football. Rick's here. What's going on, man?
And that was a great segue, the Rick University. And with that, I want to just go ahead and be officially on notice. I am biased. Always been biased, always will be biased. So let's get that straight.
Everyone is.
Exactly.
Everyone is.
Exactly. I admit it. You know, the famous line is, I'm not biased, but anything comes out of your butt after that is garbage.
Yeah.
Great show.
I try not to be. I take that approach, but I still am not stupid enough to think I'm unbiased.
Yeah, no, you are very fair, Mark. I don't know how you do it because you have a great program. Ohio State is one of the all-time great programs. And if I was, I can't, in fact, I just, you do an exceptional job. And today I've rarely seen you that fired up. So you got a great show, and that's why I decided to call, because I have a question on one of your topics.
And I'll say real quick, Rick, not to cut you off, and I appreciate you calling. I was fired up, not being pro any particular team. That was more about the Big Ten may be finally doing something that I've been suggesting forever. And I just didn't think anybody was going to think of that, or not that it takes some genius to come up with a flex schedule like that. But then the other thing is, I will say that I've made this comment once in a while, and I really don't mean this, because I want to root for one of the best football programs in the country, but it would sometimes make my job much easier on here if, let's say I was a Texas Tech fan. So basically, they would never come into the discussion. They would never be part of the discussion about who's the best in this, who's the best this, that. I wouldn't have to, cross lines at all. It would just be, I'm a Texas Tech fan. They're not in any of these conversations, so I can just go ahead. But I have to try to do my best to separate the two. Yeah,
absolutely. So I want to give a call because you're very passionate about the flex schedule proposal for the Big Ten. I've heard bits and pieces. I'm not familiar with it. So I'd like to get your take on it. And then also you made a comment that with respect to the SEC and ACC scheduling current model, that this is a smart move. The Big Ten is getting it right. So I want to kind of hear your take on why the Big Ten is getting it right versus the ACC and SEC. So let's start off with, give me a little bit of background on, if they choose to do the flex scheduling, what does that mean in terms of protecting rivalries on a flex basis?
Okay. So it's a schedule that has flexibility. It's not a schedule that's restricted by placeholders, meaning they are not restricting themselves to say USC has 3 rivals. Ohio State has 3 rivals. Northwestern has 3. Everybody has 3 rivals. Therefore, we have to make up rivalries for everyone, or protected games.
Okay.
Because some teams, that's legit. Iowa, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Nebraska. 3 legit rivals should be on the schedule every year. Northwestern, Illinois. That's it. That's their only rival. Why force them to have to play 2 other teams? There's no reason for it. And so in addition to that, And that's my main emphasis in all this, is that there are not going to be games scheduled that have to be played just for the sake of having a placeholder for everyone. But as it outlined in that article, it also provides so much more scheduling flexibility throughout the rest of the conference that they can make the schedules much fairer. Because sometimes you get locked into these designated games and you either get an easy ride that year or you get a daunting ride that year with the games that have to be scheduled. And it provides the conference with little flexibility to try to balance the schedule so it's fair and equitable across the board.
Okay, give me an example of what an Ohio State flex schedule could look like.
Well, Ohio State's flex schedule, in my eyes, is Ohio State really only truly has one rival, one
Michigan.
serious rival, and that's Michigan. Some would argue Illinois because they played for a turtle for 100 years, the Illibuck, but nobody cares about that. And Penn State has become a bit of a rival because of the proximity and because they're good. And so it's been a big game in the Big Ten, but it's truly not a rival to the point that USC has rivalries all across the board in the Pac-12. Washington State's a rival. Washington's a rival just because they played a lot over decades and decades and decades. But are they truly a rival? No. That's UCLA. That's Stanford. And you could do a better job of designating who exactly those schools are. And that's why I've also said that if I was in charge of it, I wouldn't just say, I know all and I will determine everybody's rivals. No, I would work with the schools to determine what truly matters to you. What schools, what games truly matter to you, because I see it this way, but I'm not going to hit it 100% of the time. So I would go to each school and say, what games have to be played?
Okay. And I would think that this flex scheduling, which makes it fresh, right? Because you're not tied down to, let's say, 3 protected teams. Am I stating that correctly? There's the 3-6-6 model they've been talking about recently. So this flex schedule would be different than the 3-6-6, correct?
Yes. For any particular team, it's the 1 whatever, or it's the 3 whatever. Yeah.
So that 1 would be in that part of the 3, and then you have the 6-6, correct? So you don't have the 3 locked in. You have 1 kind of designated rival that's going to be part of that 3-team model, 3-6-6. I think this works out well for the TV media partners because you're going to be able to show the best games that are going to be, you're going to have a better opportunity to show the best games because of the flexibility that you have in the scheduling, where you're not going to be locked into 3 teams, 3 protected rivals. So you're going to have the possibility of, for instance, let's just say, Penn State, Michigan, and Michigan State were 3 locked-in rivals, the 3-6-6. Michigan State is not very good this year. But if you had, for instance, a Penn State, Michigan, and let's say UCLA as those 3 for that year, wow, you got a number of different reasons why those 3 are more marketable than, let's say, Michigan State. Does that make sense? It's also a win for your TV media partners because they're into this deal because they want the best inventory.
Yes.
They want the biggest numbers. So everybody has to assume, when I say everybody, the SEC and the Big Ten, because they are the ones that are getting their pot sweetened by all the cash, there has to be some type of line that you got to cross. If you're going to go do a deal with the devil and get paid, well, then you got to forego some of your tradition for cash. Now, that might play a little bit slower in the South. They take a little bit more time to possibly warm up to things. But that's what I want to get in the next part of the question is why, what issues do you have with the SEC and ACC scheduling or model where you see the Big Ten being a little bit more progressive and out front?
Okay. this is where I got punched right in the face about 10 years ago and thought, this is ridiculous. What are they doing? So in the SEC currently, and the ACC is the exact representation. Now, let's understand that the ACC has changed its model starting this fall. So they've corrected it to a certain extent. I don't think that they've corrected it in the best possible way, but it is much better. Okay. But over the last decade plus, the SEC and the ACC have operated in this way. They have a 14-team league, 7-team divisions. You play everyone in your division. That's 6 games. You play 2 teams in the other division. One of those teams you play every year. The other one rotates among the other 6. So if you're Alabama, you play Tennessee every year. If you're Auburn, you play Georgia every year. If you're LSU, you play Florida every year, and then the other one rotates among the 6 teams. Okay. I completely understand and support Alabama and Tennessee playing every year. Great rivalry. It's going back generations. It should be played. Georgia, Auburn, it's the oldest rivalry in the Deep South. Should be played every year. No problem with that. LSU, Florida, I can argue either side. After that, the rest of them make no sense. They don't need to be played. There's no reason for them to exist. Ole Miss and Vandy don't have to play every year. Mississippi State and Kentucky have nothing to do with one another. It's just it's just a placeholder because they determined everyone has to have a team to play in the other division every year. And the most ridiculous example of this is Texas A&M and South Carolina. I can't think of 2 teams in the SEC that have less to do with one another, and they play every year. So for the last 13 years, Texas A&M and South Carolina have played every year. Meanwhile, Texas A&M has played Georgia once.
Yep. Now, if I'm a TV partner, do I really want Texas A&M and South Carolina?
No.
Or do I want Texas A&M, Georgia? That is more marketable to the average college football fan who wants to watch the SEC because we hear the SEC is the best conference. It's the closest representation to the NFL. I don't want to watch South Carolina, Texas A&M. I want to watch good football. So I would love to see Georgia, Texas A&M. I'm tuning in for that. So that's kind of a shame. But I would say the SEC is smart in doing that. And the reason being is because they're playing 8 conference games. And if the SEC is doing it, they're doing it for money and they're doing it for a reason. Again, to have better records, to get their teams into bowls, a higher probability of getting into the college football playoff. They are very, very smart. Yeah, it is the toughest conference, but it would be a lot tougher if you played 9 conference games and gave the TV and media partners, as well as college football fans, better matchups. I mean, you can maximize your product, but they choose not to. And that's why they're smart, because they're playing the game. They play the game better than everybody else. Aw, shucks.
So the year this slapped me in the face, Rick, and caused me to take a deeper dive on this and then start shooting a bunch of videos to say, okay, we got to correct this, this was like 2012. I'm looking at Alabama and LSU. I'm looking at the schedules and I'm doing schedule previews and that sort of thing. So LSU that year played everyone in their division, of course. They played Florida in the other division, who was 7-1 in the conference that year. And it came up in the rotation that LSU had to play Georgia that year. Georgia was 7-1. So the 2 teams that LSU were playing in the other division went 14-2 in the division. Alabama was playing Tennessee, who was 1-7. And the rotation came up on Kentucky, who was 0-8 in the SEC. So here you have 2 teams that are battling for division title. This is when Alabama and LSU were battling for it. This is like 2011, 2012. So they both play each other. Then they play 5 other teams that are exactly the same. There are 2 differences. One of them's playing 2 teams that went 14-2. The other one's playing 2 teams that went 1-15. How is this equitable? How is this fair?
And it contributes to the overall chaos of the college football playoff at that time. I think it was that 2 teams at that time. Yeah, it was pre 2014, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So and then you have the issue with the Big 12, and back in the day before all the conferences had a conference championship game, where you had Oklahoma backed in and lost to Kansas State 35-7, and we had the big debate with USC and LSU. So it's all these things with scheduling and that's what you get when you have the 5 major conferences have different scheduling models, championship games, qualifiers, who you're missing, all that kind of thing. But I like this Big Ten model because it is progressive, it's new, and really it's going to help out the television and media partners, I think, the most, because you're going to get fresh inventory. There's another, this has been happening for years, Mark. Back in 1980, Georgia, when they won their last national championship before this great run that they're on, I don't know if a lot of people know, Alabama won the championship in 79. So Georgia, for some reason, just a scheduling quirk, they didn't have to play Alabama in 1980 or LSU. Those are 2 of the better teams in the SEC. So, and back then, it was at the end of the year who had the best record and was voted on. But how can you really, some people around the country will take a look at it. Well, how can you be the national champion if you didn't beat or you didn't even play Alabama, who's the defending national championship, and they're in your own conference? So,
yeah,
same thing.
Yep.
Hey, great show. Thanks a lot. And I'm going to keep on tuning in to the Big Ten show on Monday because I need to grow my Big Ten bias. I'm transitioning from my Pac-12 to the Big Ten, and we look forward to playing in the Big Ten and upping the level of offense. It's really funny that USC doesn't play any defense. And you're right, we don't play any defense, but we are going to start playing defense. And it's kind of funny because we've been hearing that for 20 years. Oh, you guys have got great offense, but nobody in your conference plays defense. Well, it just took everybody like 15 years to catch up to, West Coast or spread football, air raid, whatever you want to call it. But that is modern football now. And, somebody had mentioned in the chat about the 2006 national championship was the game of the 21st century up until that point, USC Texas, but, there was no defense. Well, I thought I just saw the game of the century in this 2022 playoff between Georgia and Ohio State. That was an amazing game. Again, no defense. Everything comes around.
Yes. How many people are going to argue that a 13-10 game in this day and age is a game of the century? That's just not going to happen.
No, but I think there was discussion going on. Correct me if I'm wrong on this year, Mark, but I think it was 2011. Wasn't that the 9-6?
Yes.
LSU Alabama game?
Well, that I think was termed more the game of the decade or the game of the century before they played, more so than after they played. And everybody's like, and I can enjoy a game like that to a certain extent. I can appreciate the talent on the field. That game produced tons of NFL players, but I'd like to see some offense. I'd like to see a balance of both. I like to see a game that gives us a little bit of everything.
Yeah. And I think that was the year, 2011, where Oregon was on track. Yeah, they were on track to go to the national championship game. They actually played LSU the first game of the year.
Yeah.
And this is where Oregon fans, they like to talk about, hey, USC, you haven't done anything in 20 years. But this is 2011. This is Chip Kelly. This is the best coach that you've had arguably in your history. And you lose to LSU, unfortunately, in the kickoff classic or the game in Arlington, Texas, 40-27 on a national stage. That was after getting off the national stage in 2010, losing a close game to another SEC school, Auburn, 22-19. So kudos to you for getting out there and playing LSU and then losing. But then you run the table and you got USC at home, and I think they're a top 5 team, Oregon was. And they stumbled with Lane Kiffin and losing to USC 38-35. They win that game. There's a chance that they have a chance of playing, Alabama. Who knows? But hey, that's college football, and it's fantastic. And then look what happened after that. 2012, Chip Kelly says adios, and they get Mark Helfrich. And they're still looking for that coach and hoping that Dan Ladding's the answer.
Well, I would think, Rick, if that had played out the way that you just set it up, that it would have been an Oregon LSU national championship game.
Yes.
Yeah.
If they would have won the rematch, you know how voters go after that. Who knows? But maybe they would have had maybe it wouldn't have mattered if they would have beat SC.
Maybe not.
But the bottom line is you needed to beat SC at home. And yes, that wasn't a Pete Carroll team. That was a Lane Kiffin. That was during sanctions. And you had your chance at home. And it didn't happen. And that was Chip Kelly. That wasn't Mark Helfrich. That wasn't Willie Taggart. And that wasn't Mario Cristobal.
For sure.
Yeah. And that was a lousy USC team that hasn't done anything. All right, Mark. Always like talking college football with you. Thanks for educating me on the Big Ten and the flex model. And hopefully we'll see what happens if they select that.
No doubt, Rick. Thank you so much for the call. Appreciate it. You can catch Rick and Tim every Sunday night on Trojan Conquest Live. It's right here at the Voice of College Football on the USC channel. And they do it upright, talking USC football. Anthony Munoz is going to be the guest coming up in a few weeks. June 4th, Anthony Munoz, folks. All right, we had a question come in here by Wampus75. Wampus, good to see you. Thank you for the contribution. How would you rate Purdue's non-conference schedule? 2 Power Fives and 1 good group of 5 team. They also draw Ohio State and Michigan from the East in conference. Let's give it a look. First of all, I've looked at this schedule and I love what Purdue did from a scheduling standpoint. Fresno State, Virginia Tech on the road, and Syracuse. And I know that Syracuse is not a world beater, nor is Virginia Tech. The Hokies are at all right. Can you guys let me know when I'm off line? Looks like, yeah, I must have just frozen. Yeah, let me know. So just hit. Having some internet issues. Ammonia Wilder, thanks for letting me know. Yeah, the Fresno State game at home. I love that matchup. The Bulldogs are as good as it gets in the group of 5. Extremely good, entertaining team. Yes, that's a great game. That's a great matchup. Ryan Walters certainly does not get a give me in game number 1 of his Purdue tenure. Then Purdue goes to Virginia Tech. The Hokies aren't good. Again, that's not Purdue's issue. They're scheduling a Power 5 backed up by another Power 5. So what Purdue has done here has to be commended. I don't know if they got into a situation where they had already scheduled one game and then the home and home with Syracuse worked in there, and then they had nobody else to find or schedule. And so then they had to add Fresno State. I don't know if it was their master plan to schedule that difficult out of conference, but I love that. They don't play an FAU as they did this past season. They don't play a MAC school. They don't play a game that is going to get pushed to the Big Ten Network and nobody's going to watch. Some of these games may be on the Big Ten Network, but they're going to be watchable games that college football fans, you got to be a pretty serious fan, but still will want to see. There will probably be better games on that will draw my attention, but I have no issue whatsoever watching Purdue and Fresno State play, Purdue in Blacksburg, or Purdue Syracuse, which was a phenomenal game in 2022 with Aiden O'Connell and Garrett Schrader going back and forth, punch, counter punch, back and forth. Charlie Jones, huge game, went right down to the wire. Controversial call after a late Purdue touchdown, controversial call in the end zone about unsportsmanlike conduct. Twice, 2 unsportsmanlike conduct penalties against Purdue. One against Payne Durham, 15-yarder, and then they threw one on Jeff Brom, who was simply stepping out onto the field to get clarification about the first conduct penalty. So Purdue had to kick off from like the 5-yard line. And so that set up Syracuse to score the game-winning touchdown on the last play of the game. Remarkable game. Syracuse and Purdue last year. One of the great games of the entire season. And then Wampus, as you mentioned, Purdue has, of course, its Western Division schedule. And also Ohio State at Michigan. And the old Oaken Bucket, of course, against Indiana. Yeah, that's a tough schedule. That might be the toughest schedule in the Big Ten. It may very well be just that. Good question, Wampus. Love looking at the schedules. Again, on Tuesday night, we've got a big night coming up here at the Voice of College Football after Iowa Live, after Nebraska Live. We've got a special Clemson-Ohio State 2019 College Football Playoff debate, a game full of controversial calls and big plays that went right down to the wire. So that's our first video debate, as we have served up 3 debates here last week. And this will be the 4th during the month of May, the great debate month here at the Voice of College Football. If you have a debate you would like to see us wage, please let us know. Hit me up at MarkRogersTV at Gmail or respond to any of the videos. Powcar1, thank you so much for that. Great to have you here. That should be a whole lot of fun. Again, that's available because of the video copyright. That's available on Patreon and to YouTube members. All right. Again, quarterback rankings. I will probably leave this live stream when I let John take over and finish Big Ten quarterback rankings. And just here in the last couple of days, we've released our power rankings as well. All right, John, you ready to tee this thing up? There he is.
Hey. Wow, what a show it's been. We've had great callers and people coming back, and you're getting fired up, ready to go for the season. So
that is a good looking shirt you've got on there.
Oh yeah. Oh, this. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You might, those of you who've been living under a rock, we have merch now. So there it is.
I haven't seen that before.
What, the t-shirt?
No.
Yeah, check it out. I think we've got a whole bunch of different colors and other merch too. So yeah, it's something for the whole family, friends, neighbors. Get the link up here.
Absolutely. Very cool.
There it is.
Very cool. Well, I know enough not to ask you whether you've got a big show planned tonight, because you always do.
Well, the thing with this show is it never goes quite like I think. Sometimes we have callers lined up. Sometimes we have topics. The thing about the 8 p.m. block is you never quite. It's like a Forrest Gump. It's like a box of chocolates. You never quite know what you're going to get. That's part of the experience.
We've got B Bean, who wants us to debate the 2003 Fiesta Bowl, Ohio State's win over Miami for the national championship. Yes, that's on the list.
Why not? Why not? We've got obviously very excited for the one tomorrow night, which got a nice banner here. Great debate month edition tomorrow night. Clemson, Ohio State, 2019. We got you. We've got Jordan Bowman. Oh, man. Look out.
We do. I may have as many as 3 Clemson guys versus me.
Wow.
So I will have to take on 3 possibly. And a loss. So there's a lot stacked up.
There's a lot, yeah. There's a lot there. But no, it's been a fun series, and I'm looking forward to this one. I'm looking forward to. I heard at some point we're going to talk about the 2016 game and the spot and all that good stuff. So there's more coming, folks.
Yes. Again, if you have suggestions for our Great Debate Month, any topics we can debate, some will require, as this one does, video watching, which is a whole lot of fun, but others won't. Regardless of the debate you would like to bring to the table, hit us up here at the Voice of College Football.
Yep, and I just put the link to call the show. Remember, you don't need a mic. And what we'll probably do is we'll do the panel. We had a pretty big panel last time. I'm going to try to keep it to like 3 or 4 people tops if we can, just because it got a little crazy on the last show. And if you're somebody who a school that we don't normally hear from, like we would love more Purdue fans, more Indiana fans, more MSU. I can't believe I'm saying this. We would love more MSU fans to call in, and Penn State, and etc. So Minnesota, you name it.
And I know there are Michigan State fans out there in our universe out there, because when we produce Michigan State videos, they typically do well. So I think we've got some Michigan State fans out there.
Well, call the show, and we'll probably do a couple of folks here, and we'll chat about some things. But Mark, I'm gonna see you at 11, right? We got our show with the USC Trojans live coming up, so don't go anywhere, because actually do. Yeah, well, I'll put the link down here, and then you go there, and then just hang tight, because you'll be right on the video. Watch some USC Trojans live at 11 Eastern, 8 Pacific tonight. Always a good time.
Thank you, John, for taking over. Appreciate you doing this. You always do a great job. Get a great discussion going with a host of our regulars, and we would like to see some new faces as well. So as John mentioned, if you love the Big Ten, your particular team, jump on board. Hey, even if you're a fan of a team outside the conference, but just want to hear more about the Big Ten, or have a debate topic or anything you would like to express, jump on in.
The water's fine.
All right, John, have a great show. Appreciate you being here. And we will see you soon. And everybody keep it locked in right here. And I will see everyone at 11 Eastern, 8 Pacific.
See you soon. And here we go for the 8 p.m. block of the Big Ten Live. That's right. We had 2 hours of the guy who made all of this possible, the voice of college football. And please support him in the many ways that you can do that, starting by liking this video, subscribing to the voice of college football. And in fact, our very own Tim Prengley made us a graphic that I'm going to pop back up here, which illustrates this even more. Boom. Boom. There it is. So, you ready? Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and hit the bell. And that's how you stay notified when we have stuff going on at the Voice of College Football. I'm just going to keep that up for a second. It's a fun graphic. All right, let's take a look here. Dependent Fanatic. Yes, we thank Aura for being our sponsor. I'll put the Aura link in here. Boom. Protect yourself. Get yourself a 2-week free trial. Aura's a sponsor of the Voice of College Football, and we thank them for doing that and for helping the channel. And we got some topics. Let's go. But yeah, please go ahead. I've got the link here. Call the show. You can have your camera off. I don't care. We're going to try to keep it to Big Ten topics, although I have one or two that are going to dip into the SEC a little. It's just the nature of the beast. Schedule news. So we've gotten some new schedule news coming out. We have heard that Penn State versus Iowa whiteout game is going to be on CBS, 8 p.m. Eastern. And one wonders, are they going to have the Gary Danielson and that group? Because I think it's going to be pretty funny watching them go from Alabama versus Tennessee to games that are like 9-6 in score. So I don't think PSU versus Iowa is going to be quite so low scoring, but you can just imagine Iowa versus Illinois or Iowa versus Wisconsin, 12-9. You can just imagine those people used to covering Bama. Well, now you got to start covering a little bit more defense and a little less offense at times. So what do we think about this? Penn State, as we know, 17-14 against Iowa, but they have lost the last two, right? So it's an interesting scenario because you also have to look at the fact that it's probably going to mean that some different things are going to happen, right? So first of all, the whiteout, it actually means less at Nittany Lions than it does at Kinnick, right? We've actually seen that whiteout games really aren't as effective as you'd think. Kinnick at night is still the spookiest, in my opinion, place to play in the country, but it's close. Palcar, man, I'm going to miss Gary and Brad calling our games. Yeah, now they're going to be calling Iowa versus Wisconsin. It's going to be great. Yes. MSU Detroit fan, come on and call in. We'd love to have you. We'd love to talk Michigan State Spartans in 2023. Defense does win championships, but you need offense too. How do you pronounce it? Diadamo. Diadamo. You could also go Italian and say Diadamo. Either way. I'll give you that, Hufferbilly. LSU at night's spooky. Bryant Denny at night is spooky. But Iowa at night, man, that's some teams just, it's the death knell, man, in that situation. So you just got to look at that. We have some other scheduling news. Michigan State at Ohio State on NBC. And as we know, NBC in recent years has primarily focused on Notre Dame, and they had the Notre Dame contract. Well, now they're covering some Big Ten. So Michigan State at Ohio State, which is looking to be a real barn burner this year. I don't know who's going to win that one. Anybody in chat want to predict that score? Let's see. Anybody want to predict who the winner of this one might be? I don't know. Could go either way, but it's probably going to be Ohio State. I hate to tell you. It's probably going to be Ohio State. Michigan State is, I believe, at 4.5 in Vegas. That's the over-under. Yeah, they're in trouble. So there are some questions around these that you can ask. Number one, does this mean that Michigan versus Penn State is going to be a big noon kickoff on Fox? The answer is probably. And that I would argue that might have been the case even before this was announced, because Michigan and Penn State could both be top 10 opponents when they play each other. So I think that it's almost definitely going to be a big noon kickoff now. All right. Next up, so I thought this was kind of funny that that Fox announced Ohio State at Michigan and Colorado at TCU and billed them as the biggest games of the season. There are a lot of things about this that I could say. One of the games will probably be the biggest game of the season. The other one, maybe not. I'm going to leave it to you to judge which one is which. But this is what happens when you're in a marketing room. You're at a headquarters in New York City. You're in a marketing department, and there's 20 of you in a room, and you're trying to think of how are you going to promote Colorado at TCU. Well, lump it in with Ohio State at Michigan and call them both the biggest games of the season. So someone just earned their money. In the marketing department. Yeah. I think. Really? Thanks, B-Bean. I just don't know how they thought anyone could read that. And yeah, there's a lot of Colorado is going through an organizational turnaround, as we know. They are going. Deion's probably going to wear a cowboy hat. He's probably going to wear. He's going to be stylish, and everybody's gonna focus on him because his team is, let's face it, a year or two away. Okay, we watched the spring game. We know that there's more turnover ahead. And I think that the sideline will probably be more entertaining. The reality of the situation is, Todd, I know you probably mean this as a negative, but I think it goes both ways because the Coach Prime has brought butts in seats into Colorado. So let's talk about this for a second. It's a Big Ten show, but let's talk about this for a second because I think it has national ramifications. Colorado is playing Nebraska pretty early on. This is a double-edged sword. When you bring someone in where it's basically a branding play. Okay, on the positive side, and Hufferbilly's right, Deion's got chutzpah. On the positive side, and don't forget, call the show. We're going to start our panel later on tonight. On the positive side, butts in seats. Most attended spring game in years, from what I understand. Okay? More social media followers than they've ever had, by far. Okay? So all of that ties into NIL. Right? Because if the social media following is up, the players' social media following is up, what does that mean? That means that the best players, like Shedeur Sanders, like Travis Hunter, are probably going to make some NIL deals. Okay, so that's the positive. Then there's the side I'm not really sure about. He's not a proven entity at this level, but we know that he did turn around Jackson State. And brought them to the championship game. So there's pluses and minuses here. And thank you, Nick, for a $9.99 super chat. Colorado is going to be a dumpster fire. TCU is going to decline. And Ryan Day is going to literally this. I knew this was going to be good. Is going to literally shed tears after being stomped by U of M. Hopefully, those tears don't wash out all of his beard dye. Oh man, Nick. What I love about Nick is that he puts his money where his mouth is, right? He knows that we have to read the super chats. And in my case, I will happily read any super chat from Nick. And we thank the financial contribution. But this is great stuff. Colorado is going to be a 3-win football team, maybe 4. I think they'd rejoice if they got 4 wins. They're a dumpster fire. They were a dumpster fire before Coach Prime came. They won a game of football. Uno game of football. Okay. TCU is probably going to decline. Yes. Why? Because they lost a ton of their talent to the NFL. Last year was a Cinderella season for TCU. Everything went right until that final game. Everything. And then they faced Georgia. And I do believe that they put all their chips into beating Michigan. I think that Michigan said some things that they didn't like about their physicality, and they decided our goal is to beat Michigan. And then maybe survive Georgia, like just get out with all of our limbs attached. I'm pretty sure that was the game plan for their first. I mean, it was his first year at TCU, and they made the playoff. Yes. I talk everything on the Big Ten show. I mean, it's normally Big Ten topics, but sometimes we talk the Pac, sometimes we talk the SEC. We have an SEC topic in a little bit. No, it's not mean. That's the legitimate prediction. If you look at Vegas, if you look at every single sportscaster's prediction, it's somewhere around 3 to 4 wins. They have an organizational turnaround that they have to fulfill. They're getting some players in the transfer portal, though, and I think that that's going to help them get to that win total. But remember, they got 1 last year. 1. And yeah, Todd is right. That's the positive of Coach Prime. More media news, more media attention, follower count. It's all, folks, for NIL deals, it's all about the follower count. Okay? How many TikTok followers do you have? How many Instagram followers do you have? This determines brand partnership deals. These companies, they hire people and go through your follower list. This is legit. This is what people look at when they're deciding who they're going to sponsor. So it's big, and you got to embrace that. All right. Yes, we have an SEC topic. Dylan Raiola. The Dylan Raiola sweepstakes is over. He is committed to Georgia, and the reason this is relevant to the Big Ten is, of course, Nebraska was the runner-up alongside soon-to-be Big Ten member, the USC Trojans. Is this the Bobo factor? If Todd Monken was still the OC of Georgia, would this have happened? A lot of people say maybe not. Because this came about, this emergence of Georgia came about on the later side. For a while, the crystal balls were trending towards USC and to an extent Nebraska. Georgia came out seemingly nowhere. And I think that Mike Bobo had something to do with it. I do. Remember, and people are going to say he got a bag. Yeah, probably. But the thing is, you can't just pick a school for a bag. Okay? Georgia has won the last 2 national championships. Anyone would want, anyone would probably, if they were recruited and offered by Georgia, would consider it. At minimum, would consider it. Hey, you want to go to the program that just won 2 national titles? Yeah, the program that made Stetson Bennett a walk-on, their starting quarterback, and now he's in the NFL. Okay. Got some comments. I believe we have a super chat. Another one. I love it. Barry Eastbrush. What are the chances that the Buckeyes go into Michigan and steal the win? Is this Harbaugh's best team at Michigan so far? As with any time a question like this is asked, the first thing that you have to ask yourself is, how do you define best? So I'm going to look at it from the lens of returning production. 81% returning production. Michigan, check. The caliber of players that they're returning. Blake Corum, Donovan Edwards, J.J. McCarthy is quarterback. Probably he's been ranked by almost every publication that I've seen as the number 1 quarterback in the Big Ten. I think it is their best. I mean, you could make an argument for 2016, but I think in terms of raw potential and in terms of their ceiling, I think it's Harbaugh's best team. 2016 is I would say would be the runner-up. And what are the chances that the Buckeyes go into Michigan and steal the win? I'm going to give them like a 30% chance. And we have calling in a very special guest. We have Corey Bratta calling in, who hosts our Iowa show, Iowa Hawkeyes Live, every Tuesday at 5:30 p.m. Eastern. Corey, thanks for joining us.
What's up, John? I meant to get in here when you and Mark were both when you were transitioning over, and I got caught up in a phone call. But I feel like I had to. I know Mark and I will talk about this tomorrow, but I hope there's been some mention of the Penn State whiteout announcement today. Correct? That's had to have been mentioned at some point this evening.
Twice.
Okay.
Mark mentioned it at the start of his, and then I just did a topic on it. Yeah, we definitely covered it. I mean, but I'm curious to know your thoughts, because I think it has ramifications not just for this game, but also for other games throughout the year. And when you look at whiteouts, I think people have a misconception that every night game at certain schools is the same as a Kinnick night game, when actually that's not really true. Like, Kinnick is kind of special in my view, in that almost any time Michigan's ever gone there, Michigan's lost.
Yeah.
So I guess what's your take on that, on the announcement there?
Well, I mean, last time I just literally just published a video right before I jumped on here. So if people want to check out my reaction, they can do that. But I mean, the last time Iowa was a part of the whiteout game was 2009. And, it was a memorable game. It was a rainy game. Joe Pa, one of his final years, I think, on the sidelines. I know he was up in the press box at Kinnick in 2008, and I think he was back there in 2009 on the sidelines, because I remember him kind of with those big, thick glasses looking in dismay as Adrian Claiborne just absolutely destroyed a punt pro guy and blocked a punt, scooped it in stride, and took it back into the end zone for a touchdown. One of the most athletic, impressive plays I've seen from any Iowa player. I think back to, I know you're a Michigan guy, John, but I think back to last year. I was watching some highlights. I'm in that phase now where I'm back into watching highlights of past seasons.
Sure.
I was watching a highlight from Ohio State, Iowa this past season, which was a complete onslaught of terrible offense from Iowa. But one of the more impressive plays that I saw from Iowa all season was Joe Evans' sack, forced fumble, scoop and score on C.J. Stroud. It's just an incredible play if you look back at it. And here's a guy who's a former quarterback from right here in Ames, where I live. And anyways, Adrian Claiborne's play, though, right up there and beyond. I mean, just an incredibly athletic play, and one of the more iconic plays in Hawkeye history. So that was the last time Iowa was a part of the whiteout game, and of course won that game. So if it turns into a slop fest, you obviously give Iowa an edge. But certainly it doesn't help Iowa's chances. My guess is, and Mark and I discussed it Tuesday, it's probably Penn State's, without being a whiteout, without it being a night game, Penn State's probably already a 1-touchdown favorite, which really isn't that much when you think about it, especially for a Penn State team that may be top 5 preseason. So with this, I'm guessing they're probably a closer to a 10-point favorite. I don't know if that's how Vegas looks at night games and whiteouts and all that, but there certainly is an inherent advantage there at Beaver Stadium. So I'm excited for it. Just to be able to have that game on CBS. I mean, I know that a lot of Big Ten fans are excited about the CBS college football jingle and whatnot. The one noteworthy thing about this, John, is Penn State gets another night game week 1 against West Virginia on NBC.
Oh,
so,
yeah, look out, look out.
It's not like Drew Aller is going to be new to prime time. But as you said, whiteout's different. So I'll be very intrigued to see the West Virginia game week 1. And if both teams are undefeated heading into that game in late September, boy, that's going to be – it seems like that game always ends up having big implications for both teams. And it's kind of one of those rivalries that's not really a rivalry. It's just kind of one of those weird things. There have just been unbelievably competitive games over the years. There's always controversy. You think back to 2021 with the fake injury claims and the Kirk Ferentz comments about smelling a rat. And so there's going to be plenty of storylines heading into September 23rd.
Yeah, and I don't know if you've been checking the show out. You know, Erica Goldberg's been on a lot on our. We kind of do like a panel sometimes.
Yeah.
For the 8 p.m. block, and Erica's been on a lot, and you know we've been talking about predictions of these games, and this was before the announcement was made. But I've been on record as saying that I think Iowa's going to win. And I think that it's for a couple of reasons. One, it would continue the trend. But two, I think that because of the fact that Cade McNamara and Eric Gall, they know how to beat Penn State. They've done it before. Now, granted, the personnel is different. I get it. But, you know, that they had the game-winning, if you remember, the Michigan-Penn State game. And then you got to look at the top 5 to 10 ranked Iowa defense. And look at the fact that you've got Luke Lachey and Eric Gall on either side of the field as the tight end group, the running back. And yes, Penn State has a lot of that too. But first of all, I'm not sold on Drew Aller. I've seen a little tiny bit of game film on him, and that's it, right? We have a whole season plus a couple other games body of work of Cade McNamara. Yeah. I just don't know what Drew Aller is going to be giving us.
And that's why I said this to Mark Tuesday as well. I'm by no means predicting a 12-0 season for Iowa. But if you look at the schedule, John, it's kind of one of those years schedule-wise. Iowa's done that before. I mean, you think back to 2015, you think back to 2009, where they start off the season undefeated. If it's not for a stupid bootleg call by Ken O'Keefe to send Ricky Stanzi down for the regular season, they're probably going undefeated in 2009, or at least end up being 11-1 with the one loss being at the Horseshoe. So the schedule shapes up to be one of those where this game has a lot of implications. And you know, Cade, it's a year of a lot of inexperience at the quarterback position across this conference. You know, you got AOC gone, you got CJ Stroud gone, you got Peyton Thorne gone.
Yeah.
You know, you've got Tanner Morgan, who, let's not forget, he was the most veteran guy in this conference last year. He's gone. Casey Thompson's gone. I mean, it's just unbelievable the overhaul at that position we've seen. And here, you know, in comes Cade McNamara, who's won a Big Ten championship, been to a college football playoff. And I'm not saying he's the next Joe Montana, but the dude is a proven winner. He's a proven leader. So am I on the bandwagon? Yeah, to an extent I am.
Well, I watched you posted some a feed of like I think it was like 15 minutes of the Iowa spring scrimmage, whatever you want to call it.
Mm-hmm.
And Cade was limited, right? So he was
Yep.
in no contact drills. But what I saw, he looked good. I mean, they were obviously trying to keep it restricted for him, but what I saw looked like the Cade that I remember.
Yeah. I mean, I don't have any doubt he's going to come in, and basically everything I've heard is he has grabbed the attention of his teammates, demanded the leadership. I mean, in a good way. So as long as he stays healthy, that's always a variable. Him and Eric both. I think Eric's going to be maybe more important to the offense than I initially thought he would be, because of his ability to I think be split out wide, kind of like what Sam Laporta did. My guess is they'll do that more and use Luke as more of a traditional tight end. I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see where Caleb Brown factors into all this. If they can they don't even have to match other teams with skill position talent, but if they can even be close with what they have up front on defense, and Cooper DeJean being a budding star, he's got a chance to be the best DB in this league in a year. Xavier Wampa was a 5-star. He's finally going to get his chance to start. So defensively, you just can't be worried. Kicking game is where LeVar Woods takes the kicking game with Drew Stevens and with Torrey Taylor back again. So yeah, I don't know, man. We keep talking about this, and we're going to be talking about this for the next 3 to 4 months. But people who watch this show and people who watch our show with Mark know that I've been accused of being negative Nancy. So it's not like I'm just always a home. You know this, John. I'm not always big sloppy homer. So I'd like to think that if people care about what I have to say at any point in time, you would notice that I am more positive now than I have been in a long time. So, and that's not just Caleb Brown addition, but it's the like I said, all those parts defensively on special teams, combined with obviously a veteran quarterback, improvements at wide receiver, and a more experienced group of tailbacks, one of which I think could be a star in Caleb Johnson. So I don't know. I mean, we'll see. Injuries are always a factor. Offensive line is probably going to be the biggest question mark heading into fall camp. They've dealt with some injuries in spring. That's normal. But, boy, that game on September 23rd is going to tell a lot.
The timely super chat by Erica, who asks, why the heck are we not recruiting Drew Miller?
They are recruiting Drew Miller. They have not offered Drew a scholarship. They don't typically offer special team guys, punters, scholarships first of all, they don't normally do that anyways. The last time they did that was Ryan Gersonde, who ended up being a holder his whole career. So they're hesitant to do that anyways, Erica. But Drew is being recruited by Iowa. There's a skills camp or whatever it is. I'm not a big special teams guy, but there's a skills camp coming up is it next month? I think in June. I don't know that Kirk Ferentz and his staff have ever offered a kicker / punter before that event. So Drew Miller's got offers from Georgia and a bunch of different schools. I would be surprised if he doesn't eventually get an offer from Iowa. My guess is they'll offer him after that camp or whatever that is. And that's a good question. And I don't expect him to turn down scholarship offers from Georgia. But Erica, if he is offered by Iowa, based on everything I know, he's coming to Iowa.
So I guess that from a high level, for like all the personnel that I've seen Iowa compile the last couple of months, there's really only one individual that I'm worried about. And his name is Brian Ferentz. And the thing is, I'm wondering how that dynamic is going to play out, because I don't know Cade personally, but I've studied him enough and I've seen what he's been like, that I don't think he would willingly come to Iowa if he thought that it was going to be the same product on the field as the year before. And I don't know if that means maybe he'll have input, or if that means maybe it'll be something where they bring in elements of the Michigan playbook from 2021. I don't know what it's going to look like, but if I were Brian Ferentz, maybe you use this moment as a little humble pie. You embrace the fact that in almost any other institution, you've been sent packing maybe a year or two ago, and maybe let Cade run the offense a little bit, in kind of like a co-OC capacity. How do you think that's all going? You know more about the inside of the program than I do. How do you think that dynamic is going to play out?
Well, I think John Budmeyer is probably going to be more involved. He is more involved than he was last year. I think that's a big factor. John recruited Cade's brother at Colorado State, had him committed there. And of course, John jumped ship, actually didn't jump ship. He got let go along with Steve Adazio. So I think the Budmeyer situation was more consequential than people think. NIL was absolutely a factor. I can 100% tell you that's been well documented. But I think Budmeyer was more of a factor than people think. Let's not forget he's getting paid a lot more than he was last year, although he was still towards the end of his contract at Colorado State, so he's getting a paycheck from them. But the point is, he's the quarterback's coach. I mean, by all accounts, and that's a question that I look forward to asking Kirk if I can get him on my show or at least at Media Day in August. How does that work from a logistics standpoint? Because there are rules about analysts and what they can do and what they can't do. But I mean, obviously they found he's out there in the field. We've seen him out in the field working with the guys. So I don't know what the divide is there. I'd love to ask Kirk that question. By no means do I think that they're just blundering into this and ignoring NCAA rules and Big Ten rules. But my point is, I think Budmeyer is a bigger factor. I'm not saying he's going to be calling plays. I don't think he can do that. I'm pretty sure by rule he can't do that. But I do think he's going to have a major factor in game planning. I'll say that. Does that mean that they're going to they're going to start running spread? No. But I do think that he's going to have a factor in game planning. And I almost wonder, we've been saying for years, when is Kirk going to change his offense? When is he going to be willing to let Brian do what he wants to do? I've never been one of those guys. I think Brian runs what Brian runs for the most part. Yes, there are confines that Kirk Ferentz has in place with whoever his offensive coordinator is, whether it's his son or his buddy Ken O'Keefe. But I think the point is, I would not be shocked with this year Iowa not making big overhaul-ish changes, but with all the talk about how we just got to be better at what we do, we just got to get better up front, etc. That's all true. But given the Cade McNamara dynamic, given the Caleb Brown dynamic, given the John Budmeyer dynamic, I would not be surprised if they're kind of, I'm not saying playing their cards wisely, but in a sense, playing their cards wisely. I think we're going to see more wrinkles, as we should. Not necessarily due to Kirk realizing all of a sudden, hey, we got to be more innovative. But I do think there is something to be said for pressure. And there's pressure on Brian to meet certain standards. Not saying they're real high standards. The 25 points per game standard is ridiculous. We've talked about that. The 7 wins for a season is ridiculous. But they are standards, and there's more and more pressure that's built up. Most people thought he should have been gone last year. But I do think that we're going to see more wrinkles, partly because of McNamara, partly because of Budmeyer, and partly because of the pressure on Brian. So will those wrinkles be successful? I don't know, but they certainly have better personnel to do something different in that regard. They didn't have the personnel last year. They just not saying they should have figured out a way to utilize the personnel better. They should have figured out a way to utilize Arlen Bruce better. They should have figured out a way to utilize Keegan Johnson when he was healthy. He didn't really play much at all last year. But I think now they will. I'd like to think they will. I'm not saying it's going to be totally different, an overhauled offense, but I do think it'll be a surprise to some people.
Erica mentions 7 wins isn't hard for Iowa, and 7.5 was the FanDuel number that we saw floated out there last week. And I had to scratch my head on that one. Almost every single other one made sense, like Nebraska 6 totally makes sense. That's exactly what I think they're going to get. They're going to get a bowl. And Michigan, Ohio State were high. At Michigan State 4.5 sounds exactly right. But the one that I was like, what, was the Iowa 7.5. I just don't understand what they're thinking on that one, unless they know something that some of us don't.
And what would that be?
I don't know.
Yeah, I think it was an odd number as well. I went over this with Mark. I don't know. Like, to me, the floor is 7-5, and I think it's a really low. That's like, I mean, floor is 7-5, and that would require banging out the floor to get to the basement. Like, I don't think I just don't know where the losses are coming from. Not saying that there aren't losable games on the schedule, but man, to say that they're going to find a way to blow 2 or 3 games that they shouldn't, and not steal a couple they should blow a couple games that they should win, and not win a game or 2 that they shouldn't. I don't see that at all. I mean, I haven't made any final predictions, but it'll probably end up being 9 or 10 wins at the minimum for me as far as prediction time, barring something unforeseen like a Cade McNamara torn ACL. Let's hope that doesn't happen in the fall. So, yeah, I mean, Penn State, I don't expect them to win that game. I'm maybe excited to watch that game, but I don't expect them to win it. I expect them to lose to someone else, I think, probably. I mean, that's just how it goes. It's hard to go 11-1, 12-0. Is that at Nebraska? Is it at Wisconsin? Maybe both. Maybe that's how they get to 9-3. Could they lose to Illinois? Sure. That'd be 8-4. I don't see them losing to Northwestern at Wrigley. I really don't. If that happens, it's a massive, massive upset. They get Michigan State at home with a new quarterback. They get Iowa State in Ames, but Iowa State, they lost their best defensive player and their best offensive player. So
they're a shell of what they were a couple of years ago. And I'm struggling to find the losses.
Yeah.
I mean, Penn State, yes. I think I was going to win that game, but it's a tight like that. Like, honestly, I was struggling with picking that one. But I picked Iowa. But yeah, like, there's no Michigan, there's no Ohio State. Like, at Penn State's in Michigan State's in shambles. Purdue just lost their quarterback, their head coach, their pretty much everybody. I mean,
I'll give this to Purdue. Purdue has done better than I expected them to do in the transfer portal.
Yes,
Hudson Card is an intriguing prospect at quarterback. They got a kid from FAU, a wide receiver that I know Iowa was in on, and they've done some things, and I think part of that's been NIL. But so you never know. Transfer portal, you can build programs quicker than you used to be able to. So that would apply for Matt Rhule at Nebraska. It applies for Fickle at Wisconsin. It applies at Purdue. And frankly, it applies for Bielema at Illinois because, I mean, they've lost a lot of guys. Lost one of the best DBs to ever play at Illinois. Lost their quarterback in Tommy DeVito. So it's, you can't be dogmatic on these things because you just don't know. But I thought that was a low number as well. And, they may not be done in the portal. That's the other thing. The teams are still building. So to come out with these odds this early, the over-unders this early, in early May, is a little bit bizarre. I know that's the world we live in, but the portal has changed the dynamic on these things. So would not be shocked to see Iowa add one more player. I know the kid from Rhode Island, what's his name, Antonio, whatever it was, DB from Rhode Island. It was supposed to come to visit. I don't think he ever made it to campus, committed to Notre Dame.
Antonio Carter.
Days ago. There you go. Yep. So he's off the board, but it sounds like Iowa may still make a push for somebody else. And if they do, they're going to have to figure it out scholarship-wise because they don't have one available. But I've been told that they are open to another ad. If they were to add another receiver who's viable, who can play right away, then, yeah, you're probably leaning more towards a double-digit regular season win total.
Yeah, I think you're looking at 9, 10, 11, somewhere in there wins, maybe even 12. I mean, I honestly, if you do win that Penn State game,
never know.
It's possible.
You never know.
It's possible.
I don't really, like I said this a million times. I'll say it again. The offensive line is the biggest question mark.
Yep.
I've talked about receiver, but they don't have to be great at receiver. They've like in 2015, they weren't any good at receiver. They had Tavon Smith, Riley McCarron, Jacob Hillier. That was an average at best wide receiving core. and they won 12 games in the regular season. So the schedule shapes up nicely. You have a solid defense. You have a good kicking game. This is what they do. This is what Kirk Ferentz does. So, and I actually think they have a chance of being better at several positions. I mean, if you were just taking apples to apples between 15 and what we're going to see in 23, I'd say quarterback, you're probably, who's better, CJ Beathard, Cade McNamara? I don't know. I'd probably say those two guys break even. I don't really give a nod one guy over the other. And then, yeah, I think they got a better group of running backs. I'd take Caleb Johnson over Akram Wadley. I think they got a better group of receivers, even though they're maybe not as deep. They had really good tight ends in 15, but man, who are you going to say they're better than all Lachey and then, a couple other raw talent that they have behind those two? So, yeah, I know I'm just blaring the Iowa horn here, but
no, it's I would expect nothing less from the host of Iowa Hawkeyes Live, but no, you always have the reasonable analysis too. You try to balance it out. So it's appreciated. Yeah, so you heard the news about also everybody's talking in chat about Raiola. And, I know we're technically a Big Ten show, but if it's a topic that's like a big story, I'm going to talk about it. And Georgia bringing in Dylan Raiola with a commitment that a couple months ago was looking like a USC or Nebraska potential, and then the crystal ball started swinging when Mike Bobo took over as offensive coordinator when Monken went to the NFL. What do you make of that, and what do you think? I mean, I know that this isn't your area as much, but I mean, just in general, that's a pretty interesting thing. Like going to the 2-time national champion. I wonder what twisted it at the last month or two.
Well, full disclosure, I didn't know about Raiola
committing to Georgia until breaking news.
I'm familiar with Raiola, and I knew he was. There had been talk back and forth between Nebraska, and obviously he was a legacy guy, dad at Nebraska, and the USC connections, and who wouldn't want to play as a quarterback for Lincoln Riley. But I mean, man, I'm really no authority to be talking about these big names. I have a hard time believing that NIL is not a major factor with 99% of the 4- and 5-star kids out there. I don't like anybody who say, I've heard people say, well, this kid was going to play in the NFL regardless of who he plays for in college. I mean, how many times have we seen a guy? I mean, we see it maybe more at the NBA level, but guys have a serious injury and they may never fully recover. It happens maybe less at the quarterback position for a guy who's not necessarily, he's not Michael Vick, right? He's not going to be, he's a really, from what I know about Raiola, he's got a very, very nice arm. Mm-hmm. But you never know what could happen. So if somebody's offering you 6 figures, 7 figures to go play for 1 year or 2 years or 3 years, I mean, I don't know what he's getting at Georgia, but anybody who wants to convince me that he's not making a lot of money at Georgia is foolish. I think any of us that had a choice between 3 really positives, I think he's probably looking at it from the perspective of, hey, I could play for a place that my family loves in Nebraska. I could go play for a QB guru and go be out in LA in sunny California and play for Lincoln Riley, or I could play for the national champion Bulldogs. Like, I think all 3 of those options are probably pretty appealing to a guy like Raiola. And then it just is like, well, okay, this place is going to pay me $500,000. This place is going to pay me $1.2 million. Probably going to take the $1.2 million. Like, I'm not saying that's exactly what happened here, but I just have a hard time believing that most of these 4- and 5-star guys aren't factoring NIL near the top of their priority list. So I'm glad you told me that. I'm glad that this happened because now I don't have to hear about it anymore, because all 3 months is about Nebraska fans and Dylan Raiola, and now nothing mattered with spring ball. All it mattered is that they're recruiting a kid for 2024.
Erica would like you to talk about Dejon Parker and Rusty Feth.
Well, Dejon Parker's been hurt. It's unfortunate because I know they were high on him. By all accounts, what Kirk has said to the media is that he has carried himself really well, but I mean, he's been hurt. So they got to get him healthy. They haven't really seen him on the field much. Rusty was not there for spring ball, so he's finishing out his degree, at Miami and Miami, Ohio, and of course he'll be here this summer for strength and conditioning. He's obviously an experienced guy, albeit at the group of 5 level. So yeah, I mean they got as far as depth is concerned, they should have plenty of depth up front. The problem is, as you well know, John, just because you have depth doesn't mean it's always good depth.
Yep.
So frankly, they've had that issue. They had that issue last year. They had a lot of guys that had some experience. They had some younger guys who didn't, but now they got a ton of guys back who have game experience. But who's going to actually take the bull by the horns and establish themselves as a starter? I would expect Mason Richmond to be your starter at left tackle. I would expect Logan Jones to be your starting center. And then the other 3 positions I view as kind of up for grabs. Ideally, you throw Rusty Feth in one of the guard spots, and probably Dejon Parker at tackle, but I'm not totally sold on that. And then the other guard, Connor Colby or Tyler Ellsbury or go down the list. Bo Stevens, Jennings Dunker. They got tons of bodies who have played. If they're not ready to go this fall, then they'll never be ready. That's how I look at this. Not under Brian, not under this coaching staff, because you got how many guys working with the offensive line now? George Barnett's your coach. You got Brian Ferentz, who's a former offensive lineman. He was a center at Iowa, worked with Bill Belichick at New England. You got Kirk Ferentz, who's known as an O-line guru, former NFL O-line coach. You got Spencer Petras, who's a quarterback working with the offensive line. So there's no excuses this fall if this line hasn't taken a big step forward.
Yes, Spencer Petras, unofficial QB coach / line coach.
Yeah, he's coaching offensive line.
Interesting.
Isn't that odd?
Okay.
So you got an offensive. So just recap: you got Brian Ferentz, former offensive lineman, coaching quarterbacks, and you got Spencer Petras coaching offensive line. So, anyways,
sounds like it's going to be interesting. I mean, both of these players. So Dejon, I was just looking up 6'5", 285-pound offensive tackle, Dejon Parker. So that's
a little bit lighter than I thought. Is he that? What are you looking at? You're looking at his numbers at Saginaw?
On 247 Sports, so it might be a little higher now.
Okay, yeah, I was thinking he was closer to 300 now, but regardless, I mean, he's, sometimes he's listed on the Iowa website at 6'5", 300 even. So if that's the case, and he based on what I've seen on tape, and I know Coach John Patterson weighed in on him as well when he committed. He's got really good feet for a guy his size. But boy, going from Division II straight to the Big Ten, that's a learning curve. So I'm hesitant to just announce a guy as a starter. And I've done that before they had Coy Cronk, who transferred in 2020, who was a 4-year starter at Indiana, at a Big Ten school. He's a 4-year starter at tackle. He comes in, doesn't even start at Iowa in 2020. Now he had some injuries, but the point is, you just never know. Iowa runs, primarily zone blocking stuff, especially in the run game. So I don't foresee a situation where you're going to be able to predict who the starting 5 is ahead of at least September. I mean, even if we get a lineup in early August, things are going to shift with fall camp, and it is what it is.
Gregory, yes, I'm asking for callers who are going against the norm of the Ohio State, Michigan, the usual stuff that we hear from every single week. If we can get a Michigan State caller, that would be great. Indiana, Purdue. We had a Purdue caller last week. That was awesome. I'd love to mix it up. So yes, Greg, I'd love to see some more Michigan State callers.
You need to get our guy Big Time Boiler over here. Has he jumped on the show?
I don't think Big Time Boiler had. We've had a few writers and folks come in.
Okay. Yeah, you need to get him over here. Why doesn't MSU Detroit fan call in?
I offered. I think he likes to hang in chat.
Okay, well, that's fine. But so do you want to talk more about Division II offensive linemen, or do you want to move on to something bigger and better, John? Whatever you want to do, man.
I mean, I guess just in terms of just looking at Iowa, looking at the last week, one of our topics was are we setting ourselves up for a collision course with JJ and Cade. Now, I want to preface this by saying I think that a lot of Michigan fans really wanted to see that spring game where JJ was going to be on one side, Cade was going to be on the other side. Unfortunately, JJ did get hit with the injury bug and was unable to do anything in spring. So we had Cade kind of play on both sides for a little bit, and then we got to see a lot of Davis Warren and Alex Orji and people like that. But there is a possibility here where if Michigan does what they're supposed to do, and Iowa, with the schedule that Iowa has, I could see the stars aligning here. I mean, we did just play Iowa 2 years ago. It's something that could very well happen. Could we finally see the Cade JJ matchup?
I mean, yeah. Frankly, I don't even know. Are the odds out? Like, I know that the media makes predictions every year. I don't really follow that stuff as much as people like Mark Rogers, but
yeah.
Are the odds out for who's favored in the Big Ten West? I mean, last I heard, the numbers that were released last week, I think Wisconsin had the highest win total prediction in the West, and it was like 8, something insane like that. So my point is, I think Iowa's at worst going to be second in line as far as projecting the West. I think they're the favorites based on personnel and just returning experience. I don't know how do you possibly label Wisconsin as the favorite in this division with a new coach and a new quarterback and a new system and a tougher schedule. It's not murderer's row, but it's certainly a tougher schedule than Iowa. Actually, let me look up their schedule here. That we're talking about it. No, I think there's a good chance Iowa wins this division, and they may not even have to win. They may win the division at 9-3, frankly. And if they go to Iowa State and lose, boy, you could maybe win the division at 8-4. I doubt that, but I mean, Wisconsin gets Purdue on the road. They get Illinois on the road. They go Ohio State in Madison. They do go to Bloomington. That's a favorable crossover matchup, and they get Wisconsin on the road. And they get Rutgers. So it's not murderer's row, but that Ohio State game obviously is going to be a hard one to win, as is Iowa's at Penn State. But Iowa has the easier of the two schedules, I think, and certainly the stability that Wisconsin doesn't have.
So I think my only guess as to why Wisconsin was a little higher is the Wisconsin brand. They're used to people are used to seeing them go 9 wins, 10 wins, and seeing them in Indy pretty regularly. But that's Iowa of old, Wisconsin of old. And we look at Wisconsin of 2023, and you look at the spring game. I don't know if you caught any of the Wisconsin spring game in your spare time, but Mordecai was an equal opportunity thrower. He was thrown to the offense. He was thrown to the defense. He was thrown to everybody. And I think that they have some things to figure out on the air raid concepts that they're installing. The run game is going to be fine, but they're trying to install a whole new scheme. Yeah, and it's going to take time.
Yeah, we don't know what the run game. I mean, frankly, we don't know what that run game is going to look like with with Fickell's offense. I mean, we just don't know. I mean, it may be. Basically, they've been the same, but they basically, for the most part, ran the same system, whether it's been under, Brett Bielema or even back into the Barry Alvarez era. Paul Christ, who's the guy that went from Oregon State out there? Gary Anderson. I mean, I don't know. It could look different, and boy, they got a bruiser at tailback, but let's not forget he was. That young man was pretty upset when Paul Christ was let go. So those are the kinds of storylines I look at too. Like, is he going to be engaged? Is he engaged? Is he going to be able to acclimate himself to a new system? He hasn't been playing offense very long. He's a former safety. So yeah, like all those things are fascinating storylines. And yeah, Mordecai, I mean, he put up big numbers at SMU, but it's SMU. I mean, We don't know. And I'm not reading into one. I know he had problems with the spring game. You know, if we were going to read into one performance, let's read into an actual performance. Let's not forget what Mr. Graham Mertz did in his first game out against Illinois when he looked like Johnny Unitas. And then he never duplicated that the rest of his career at Wisconsin. So I would not be surprised if Mordecai's solid. I thought they did well in the portal. And it's not just Mordecai. Who else did they get? They got the kid from, is it Evers from Oklahoma? If they got up there as well. Is that the right name? Am I getting that correct? And like I said, they added a number of solid prospects out of the portal. So I'm not doubting that they could win 8 or 9 games, but I do think if you're putting them head to head with Iowa, they're not a clear-cut favorite.
Nick Evers, quarterback from Oklahoma.
So I don't know. I'm assuming it's Mordecai's job still, but Fickle did pretty well.
That's depth. You have your depth there. CJ Williams, wide receiver from USC.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah. They kind of did what Iowa did at a couple key skill position spots. Mordecai is not a proven Power 5 guy like McNamara is, but CJ Williams get him from USC like Iowa gets Caleb Brown from Ohio State. That's kind of what you have to do when you're struggling to develop certain positions, or you're like Fickle and you're coming into bringing in a system that's unfamiliar to your program. Go and get a couple of guys who have been developed at certain key spots.
And Michael Campbell is pushing back on my analysis on the spring game a little. You know, Michael Campbell, to his credit, is on almost every show that we do at the Voice of College Football, flying the flag for Notre Dame. And he sticks by his team. You got to give him that. And here's give it an entire camp. I think it's going to need more than an entire camp. I think it's going to need an entire season. And then next year, I think that's when things gel. Do they even? I mean, I honestly think it's going to take a year to get it where, because remember the style that they were running was a lot more old school pro style, Wisconsin, like run heavy, focus, very physical, and now they're moving to an air raid concept, and they're taking a year, which is the same thing that Brady Hoke did when he in between Rich Rodriguez at Michigan. There was a full year where it was a pro spread before they went full pro style, right? So I think the same is kind of the case at Wisconsin. They need a year to really bring it over, I think, and that's why I call it more of an air raid pro hybrid kind of thing.
And that's also, John, why I don't think there's any. I don't think when they made those changes, I don't think they were thinking that, hey, we're going to bring in Fickle and he's going to come in and win the West for us in year one. I mean, he may do that, but I mean, with the divisions changing and everything changing next year, they made a change with Paul Christ at an opportune time. And is this Mark? Who is this talking here on the screen?
This is Mark.
Mark. I think it's Mark. You know, Mark is like one of those guys that can't just. He's got to relax, man. He's got the evening off. He needs to relax. My goodness.
Yeah, that's no. I try to tell him, you know, take an hour or two. Have a beverage, put your feet up, because, you know, he's got to come back on in a few hours and talk USC football.
Got the USC live show, yeah.
That's right. 2 hours. He'll be on.
So what happened? You don't do the separate stream anymore? You guys don't do a different.
We figured it out that he can leave and we can stay on one stream. Okay. So it's all good. We have figured it out.
All right.
And that's great, because now we don't have to make everybody jump over, which is fantastic.
Okay. Well, John, I got to get going, but I appreciate your hosting, and good to see Mark in the chat as well. So we'll talk to him. We'll see everybody tomorrow at the Iowa channel, 4:30 Central, and we'll talk more about the whiteout and anything else that happens in the next 24 hours. Seems like it's been a busy few weeks for Hawkeye Nation.
Absolutely. I'll be. I do have personal training, but immediately when I'm done that, I'm gonna hop on the show.
All right, sir. Appreciate it, John. Thank you.
Thanks, Corey. How about that? We had Corey Bratta here. How about it? You know, I've been saying for quite some time I wanted to do a show with Corey, and this was the opportunity, and that was pretty fun, I thought. Absolutely, Mark. Yeah, Corey coming by was definitely a big highlight tonight. All right, let's take a look at some of what we've got here. Let's see where we're at with. So thanks to Barry and Erica for your super chats. And I think I was I was answering this, and then Corey came on. I wanted to take Corey's call. Let's face it, Ohio State is the biggest threat Michigan's going to have until the playoff, if Michigan makes the playoff. So there's absolutely a chance that the Buckeyes can go into Michigan and steal the win. And I think that anybody who follows the sport will agree with that, even people with the most maize and blue colored glasses. But do I think Michigan has the advantage? Yes, and so does Vegas. And I put it at, I think I said, what did I say, 70-30? Yeah, maybe you could even say 60-40. But I give Michigan the slight edge, at least, because Michigan has earned having the slight edge. If they didn't earn it in 2021, they sure earned it in 2022 in Columbus and now returning 81% production. However, Ryan Day has to be feeling the pressure. And I was saying on a Buckeye show earlier today, I was actually in chat on one of the Buckeye shows. You know, I mix it up with the Buckeyes from time to time. That's always fun. Rod Farva was over there. And, you know, the fact is, like, Ryan Day has, in my opinion, the most difficult job in college football. Why do I say that? Because he has to win every game. The expectations are so high at Ohio State, so high, that if you lose a game, and especially the game, you're practically tarred and feathered. And I almost, even with the rivalry, I almost feel bad for the guy. Almost. But really, like, you know, the rivalry is taken so seriously that if you lose a couple in a row, that's it. And, you know, Urban winning 7 in a row, that doesn't always happen. That's more an anomaly than it is a fact of life, winning 7 straight. So I think you got to feel for him just slightly. All right. MSU is in trouble. They are predicted to win 4.5 games, and I think I would consider even taking the under on that. They've lost players left and right in the transfer portal, and it's very different from Colorado losing play. Colorado kicked players out. Players are leaving MSU. That's the difference. I think it's going to be a 4 or 5 game type situation. USC football talk is great. We love it. You know, the USC will be joining the Big Ten, and so I love the fact that we have some USC people in here, and they're trying to learn about the Big Ten. Yes, I have posted the link a bunch of times. Call the show. Mike can be on. Mike can be off. I'm planning to go another hour. So come on down. What I'd like to talk about tonight is making sense of 2022. Making sense of Michigan beating Ohio State and then what happened in the playoff. Because I still can't. But there are factors that I want to look at, and I think that would be a great panel topic. So come on down. Let's do it. Let's do a little bit of a panel if you want. Michigan fans do know that anything can happen. Todd, we actually did have a Purdue fan last week, Michael Hogg, I forget, called in to the show last week. So we actually did have a Purdue fan on the show. But we would like more. And Rick. I need tequila to watch Notre Dame football. Yes. Notre Dame has had some great games. And then they've also had some clunkers over the years. Speaking of LBC Trojan, don't forget that every Sunday, Tim and Rick, aka LBC Trojan, get together and do Trojan Conquest Live. And in a few weeks, Trojan legend Anthony Munoz is going to be on. So check it out, Trojan Conquest Live. And here comes Jason Moose. What's up, Jason?
What's up, John? How you doing?
I'm doing good. You know, how about that? Corey Bratta coming on the show. Gotta love it.
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
I've been saying to Mark, I wanted to have a segment with Corey at some point, or do a show together or whatever. And so I'm glad he could pop by. But
I don't know if you've heard it yet, but I don't remember his name. But from what I heard, that we just hired a guy. I guess he's a Michigan alum. From what I've heard, for our NIL programs.
Okay.
And from what I've heard, he's made over $500 million. So I heard he's really good. So that's good news for Michigan.
Wow.
I can't think of his name though. I have to check it.
Yeah, if anybody in chat can tell us, because I do remember them hiring like a director, but I don't know if it's the same person who you're talking about or not.
I think this was like a few days ago. I heard about it. A day or two, I think it was a couple days ago. So I think it's recent.
Let's see. Sounds like he used to work for Google. What's his name?
It might be, yeah.
It is. I do not think it's Dave Portnoy. Although there is a David Portnoy who comments on the USC show.
He's made over $500 million, though. I know that for sure.
Michael, please call. I would love for you to call in and talk Maryland football. Here's the link. Join us. Let's talk Maryland football for 2 minutes. How about it? Yeah, we were just talking about the with Corey Bratta, the possibility of having a Iowa and Michigan Big Ten championship game, and especially with this potentially being the last year of divisions, I think it's very possible.
That's very possible. Yeah, that's very possible. I even predicted it's going to be Iowa and Michigan in the Big Ten title game. But we'll see. We'll see how that goes. Michigan still has to get through Ohio State first. So.
Oh, I know. And that, I always have to put a caveat on that. I don't want us to be counting chickens, but we also know what happened last year, because I was on with the Michigan deep dive the other day with Mark, and if you remember that, with Tony Altimore, and we were doing the Michigan deep dive, and I called in. We talked about like the possibilities of having the playoffs where Michigan and Georgia are the final two. But then there's also 2 other slots, and Ohio State could be one of them. It happened last year, and it could very easily happen again, that there are 2 Big Ten teams. So even if Iowa and Michigan are the Big Ten championship, it's very possible that Ohio State still gets in. They did it before.
It could happen. Yeah, it could happen, but I'm thinking that the committee's not going to let it happen again because of last year. I think they'll find a way to put someone else in.
Yeah, it was a weird year too.
So they're like, oh, we don't want Michigan and Ohio State back in. That's probably what they're thinking, because a lot of them are biased, so they don't want Big Ten teams in. So,
our buddy R. Graw, who is our content moderator, he tries to make sure that we stay on topic and stay on Big Ten topics. And I too would like to hear from a Maryland fan, because here's the thing. I'd like to know what they think about Josh Gaddis becoming the offensive coordinator.
I will too.
How are
Yeah, I'm
those two
laughing
going to
at
get
that one,
along?
too.
No,
Oh,
I
man,
called the
I'm
plays at
glad he went to
Alabama.
Hawaii.
Oh no, I called the plays at Alabama. No, I called the plays at Alabama. Like, do you remember that?
I'm glad he went to Miami.
Oh man, yeah, he goes to Miami, and yeah, the wide receivers are running all kinds of directions and running out of bounds when they shouldn't, and staying in bounds when they shouldn't, and the film breakdowns on that were just, oh yeah, that's the Josh Gaddis I remember.
Miami fans are so excited when they heard Gaddis was coming to Miami, and then it didn't take long for him to win them all pretty quick. I was like, yeah, I told you guys, you're gonna see what we saw.
Yeah, you know, it's odd because Josh Gaddis, I knew he wasn't going to last in Miami, especially when they were putting up, 7 points a game or 10 points a game. But then, like, okay, where is he going to go? And the speculation was, well, maybe Iowa, with Cade McNamara and Eric Gall, and maybe he sits a year out, and then out of nowhere, Maryland emerges. And I'm thinking to myself, yeah, but Loxley and Gaddis were not exactly great friends. In the end, they kind of were sniping at each other. And we're hearing from Michael, the Maryland fan. Thank you for.
Michael, get in the chat, man. You got a lot to say, man. Why don't you get on the chat?
I have tried. He is well. He knows he's well. I think he knows by now.
Everybody else that's got a lot to say all the time, but they never get in the panel and talk. You never want a good debate, but you want to type on a keyboard. Keyboard warriors, man.
Keyboard warriors. No, but Michael knows he's welcome anytime. But yeah, Josh Gaddis' offense looked rough in the spring game. I think Loxley will get him to boot before week. Are you saying give him the boot, or are you saying he'll get it working? I'm trying to think of what he's saying there.
Well, you have to give him at least a year to prove himself.
Yeah, give him a year. Give him a year. Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. Loxley's still going to have his fingerprints all over the offense. It's going to be Gaddis is mostly going to be wide receivers coach, and he might have a sheet of plays to pick from, but let's be real, it's going to be Loxley's offense, and I guess we'll see how it goes. I think it's a different. I think it's something. I think he'll do better than he did in Miami because I think his style is a little bit better built for Big Ten. But again,
John,
who knows?
John, do you think Maryland's offense will be better with Gaddis there?
Well, I didn't say that. I said I think he might do better than he did in Miami.
Oh no, I was just asking if you think it's going to be better. I don't know either. I don't know. I don't know either.
I think it's going to be hard to evaluate because Taulia is still there. He's still really good. And Michael has elaborated and said that's why they have Kevin because they also have Kevin Sumlin, another world beater, is on the staff. Yes, Kevin Sumlin.
World beater.
No, but so I guess the idea is that if Josh Gaddis does not perform up to par, then Kevin Sumlin could take over. Okay. That's an interesting idea. I think I could see Kevin Sumlin on the staff. Yeah, I think he as a head coach, he left some things to be desired, but on the staff, I could see it. I could see it. Antoine was definitely ringing the bell about Josh Gaddis for a long time, and to your credit, Antoine, you've stayed consistent about Josh Gaddis. In the beginning, I wanted to give it time. I kind of got swept in with the speed and space and the idea that maybe Michigan could modernize its offense. But then look at what happened. What was Michigan most successful at doing? Going to the rough and tumble Stanford 09 offensive playbook. That's what worked.
Jim is pretty much using Stanford's offense at Michigan pretty much to a T. I want to see Jim and them open up the playbook more for JJ to throw. I don't think he's getting enough throwing attempts.
So I saw some, and we've talked about this on Michigan Wolverines Live a bunch, but I definitely saw a report or two saying that JJ was pushing in practice for more advanced, deep passing route concepts and pushing for more of a deep game. And you'd think they'd want to do that.
Yeah, we need better route. We need better routes too, like slants and ins and curls. We're not doing enough. Like Antoine was saying, like we need better route plays.
Mm-hmm.
These streak plays, they don't work all the time. You just running, run and throw, run straight lines. We got to be more creative.
Yeah, and then there was. Do you remember that one game? I forget which one it was. Maybe it was either Rutgers or one of them, where they asked Jim, well, what worked? Because it wasn't working, and then Jim said, oh, we tried running on the outside this time. because they just kept running in the middle, and then he decided, okay, let's take Blake Corum and let's run him on the perimeter. Oh,
what a genius response!
Oh, and that's literally what he said. I think it was either Rutgers or Maryland, and it was like, yeah, we're gonna run on the perimeter, and that worked. Yeah, because sometimes you've got to mix it up. Let's see, Antoine. Michigan might be forced.
Erica, you can call in if you want.
Yeah, Erica could call in. Michigan might be forced to throw a little bit more given the fact that Blake is coming off an injury, and they are probably going to give Hall some experience. Remember, Blake and Donovan were out all spring, folks. So I hope that they worked on the passing game, and I hope that they worked on giving Ben Hall some experience. 240-pound freshman running back who seems to be emerging as the third string running back.
Oh, he's for sure going to be the third string. He's really good.
And then the backup. If you need some breathing, some human beings that are living and breathing, then you put in C.J. Stokes and Isaiah Gash. They're like the emergency running backs at this point.
Yep, he's going to be the beef when we need some critical yards down in red zone.
I will say Khalil Mullings is going to be used. They're going to use him in short yardage and in weird plays.
I could see him being a fullback, used as a fullback more than a running back.
Yeah, I mean that's what he was basically. He was basically like a hammering panda type, where they used him. You remember? Yeah. But he's that type of player where he's a converted defensive player. They wanted to replicate Hassan Haskins again. He's not as good as Hassan Haskins, but in a pinch, if you're mixing it up, I still think he's better than C.J. Stokes. I think he's better than Isaiah Gash. So I think he's the number 4.
I agree. Yeah, I agree.
Go from there. And we've got friend of the show, contributor, etc. Erica Goldberg is here, folks.
Man.
Hi. How's it going?
What's up, Erica?
It's good.
Not much.
We basically had an Iowa Hawkeyes live show there for a bit when you came in.
Yeah, I don't know if I caught that from the beginning or if I came in the middle, but I heard some of it. So, yeah, it was cool.
Yeah, I told you I wanted to. That was one of my goals for this year. I wanted to have a show, or at the very least, do a segment or two with Corey Bratta. So yeah. we made it happen.
You got your wish, and it's only May. Look at you.
Hey.
I want to get a Rutgers fan in here.
I know. I swear to God, every week I say we need a Rutgers fan. Where are they? Are there any Rutgers fans?
I haven't seen any.
No, we
I
have
mean,
a
guys-
Maybe it is-
Maryland fan.
Maybe they just like basketball. I don't know.
Yeah, there was a Maryland fan in the chat. I don't know what happened to them if they're still around, but please call us. Michael Wheatley,
Yeah.
please do call in.
Michael.
I already asked him to. He's not calling in.
It's all
He's
good.
got a lot to say though.
It's all
Hey, you
good.
know, if you know the keyboard warriors, you know, it's okay. Maybe he needs to listen more first to feel comfortable. I didn't feel comfortable like before I started calling in, you know. It took me a little bit. It's okay.
Yeah. I don't have the best voice for chatting, but I call on anyways.
Thank you, thank you, LBC. Let's focus on the positive comment by LBC. Great job getting Corey Bratta. I didn't do anything.
Call
Okay?
in, Rick.
I didn't do anything about that. I think probably Mark posted in the media thing for media people to call in, and Corey happened to be around, but thank you anyway. I'll take on Mark's behalf. I'll take that, but I'm sure it was Mark.
Joe Long, I would like to formally invite you to come join the chat. Come talk to us if you have a problem with my input. Why don't we hear some of yours? Come on, give us a call.
Don't say it. Bring it.
Yeah,
John, you're not a Hummer. You just happen to think that every ex-Michigan player should automatically become a coach at his destination. Well, why shouldn't Tom Brady, consider Michigan and be a quarterback coach? Wouldn't that be great? Let's bring it. Tom,
I love how all these comments come from people who just refuse to call in. I'm sorry.
Yes, I welcome the invite is open for anybody to call in, but if you call in, you have to be respectful. You can't be.
I want Balil to come in. He's like the biggest OSU troll. He's always got so much to say, but he's always talking so much junk, but he doesn't want to get in debate and chat.
If you do call in, you've got to be respectful. That's the only thing I ask. Okay, Mike, our buddy Michael, a Notre Dame fan. Michigan lose J.J. McCarthy to injury, and Ohio State doesn't have C.J. Stroud. So I don't even understand what this is saying. But Notre Dame, if J.J. McCarthy is injured, then the backup is either going to be Jack Tuttle or Davis Warren. And what they'll probably do is a hybrid. They'd probably bring in Alex Orji for RPOs and do like a hybrid concept, and maybe even Blake Corum throwing the football once or twice. Like I think they would get goofy with it. That's my guess. So the topic I wanted to discuss tonight, because I'm really racking my brain, and this is one I think, Jason, you and I were talking about this, and okay, so we always talk about in football the transitive property, and we talk about, okay, this school beat this other school, so therefore they're better than the school at the other one. There's a transitive property situation, and I've in terms of racking my brain around, okay, Michigan beats Ohio State in Columbus by a lot, okay? 45-23. We'll remember that score for years to come.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So Michigan beats Ohio State in Columbus. Then we fast forward we briefly will mention Michigan beats Purdue with the best quarterback they've had in a while, their head coach at kind of in peak performance. They had some injuries, but Michigan took care of business against Purdue. Michigan handily beats Ohio State in Columbus. And then Michigan goes into the playoff, and Ohio State goes into the playoff. And Ohio State is one field goal kick away from probably being the national champion, or at the very least progressing against TCU. And Michigan is one score from going to the national title game as well. JJ had Michigan coming back to the point where it was literally one score, and it was with a couple of minutes left in the game, it was still possible. And I'm just trying to make sense of it all.
Right. Well, just think of how bad Michigan played in that game, and they still put up 45 points. So only lose by 6 when you played as bad as you played. Just imagine if Michigan played at 100%, they probably would have blew TCU out of the water. That's my guess.
Yeah. There's a couple of factors I think involved.
That was always going to sting, man. I don't understand the TCU loss, but oh well, it is what it is.
There's timing, right? There's timing, which I think was a part of it. Where, like you said, if TCU and Michigan had played in mid-November, might have been a different, because I think part of it's Harbaugh's bowl preparation might be lacking. I think that's after how many years of postseason. There's also the defense didn't play, like Argraw's saying, the defense. But 1,000 things had to go just right for TCU to win that game. TCU is not as good as Michigan. I'm going to say that right now. On paper, in terms of talent, I'm going to be very clear about that. Except for quarterback, and maybe, I don't know. Except for quarterback,
I think JJ's better.
Yeah, okay. But what I'm saying is that it took Michigan shooting itself in the foot 100 times. It took Philly special. It took Blake Corum being out.
Oh, God, that play.
And so I guess maybe all of that together helps us understand what happened there. But then on the other side of things, Ohio State was winning that game against Georgia for a decent chunk of the game. And it just leads me to think of the only question I can think of is Ohio State and Georgia must just have better bowl prep and postseason prep than Michigan.
Seems that way. I don't like to admit it, but
I feel that Antoine's comment is right on. Michigan played sloppy. I mean, as somebody who hasn't watched a ton of Michigan, I feel like that's kind of what happened. I mean, maybe Joe thinks that comment is not worthy or something, but I frankly don't care what he thinks, and that's how I see it.
I think Michigan came in overlooking TCU a lot too. I think that had a lot to do with it also.
Yeah. I hope they all learned.
Definitely played his first game. 37 points that's crazy to give up. They were giving up 12 a year on average.
I hope they all learned a lesson in media relations. Because when you're like, okay, let's take a page out of who is considered the greatest college coach of all time, Nick Saban.
After what he pulled last year, I don't know about that with interrupting the Big Ten championship.
Well, that was a one-off. But let's talk about the fact that every game he ever plays in his conference before the game, it doesn't matter if he's playing Tennessee or if he's playing Eastern Wichita State University. He says nice things. He actually has a guy. This is true. He has a guy who part of his job is to research. Let's find something about Georgia Southern or whatever. Like, oh well, this quarterback plays like a Division I quarterback, or this is the best running game we'll face all season, and it's like freaking, it's like Citadel or whatever. But he finds something to say nice about every school that he plays. It doesn't, and he knows he's Alabama, and they're probably going to beat the Citadel, and they're probably going to beat Georgia Southern, but he says nice things, and I hope that JJ and the Michigan team learned a thing or two about what happens when you say that you're more physical than another team. And
hey, John, can I respond to a comment in chat?
Sure.
Belil, nobody's making excuses for losing to TCU. But I will say the refs did take away a touchdown that we scored. They did do that.
Yeah.
So I'm not making excuses. TCU, they beat us. They took advantage of their opportunities. But if you're a Michigan fan and you watched Michigan all year, that was by far their worst game of the year. It was just horrible. That was the worst game. So congrats to TCU, but they weren't the better team. They just were the better team that day.
Yeah, TCU played better on that particular day.
Wow,
And-
even the real MVP agrees with that.
Yeah. TCU was the better team on the field that day. They came to play. Michigan didn't until the end. Michigan tried to come back, and to their credit, they brought it pretty close at the end there. I thought that there was a chance that Michigan was going to pull it out. And we can't – Bilal, okay. So JJ, here's the thing about JJ. Yes, he made mistakes in that game. He was also the reason we were still in that game. Let's do a thought exercise for a second. What would happen if Cade McNamara or another maybe Wilton Spate or O'Korn was in at quarterback in that game? How lopsided that score would have been. JJ giveth and JJ taketh away in that instance, because he threw some pick sixes, but he was also pretty close to getting us back into the lead towards the end there. But it looks like we have you got Dr. Buckeye as your moniker now.
Yes.
David.
Well, hello. I wanted to chime in with some thoughts on your play. Yes, how you doing there, Team Up North fans? Good to be with you.
Hey.
I wish I could say it's good to be with you, but I'd be lying. I'd be lying, but no. I just want to address the playoff question. Just with a couple thoughts, and I don't know if you guys have addressed this. The one thing I just have to say, the bottom line, the key to crack the code of the Georgia defense has always been quarterback play. Just bottom line, look at the last 4 teams that have beaten Georgia and look at how good their passing games have been. That would be 2019 LSU, 2020 Florida with Trask, who had a great year that year, who had Pitts and Tony as his receivers, who, pretty much tore him up that year, and Mac Jones and Devontae Smith from Alabama, who tore him up that year. And, 2021, Alabama with why is it escaping me? Bryce Young and Jamison Williams, who tore him up. Bryce Young basically won the Heisman that day in the SEC title game. Were the 4 teams to crack the code of the Georgia defense. I still feel, I don't know how you guys feel, that Alabama would have beaten them again had Jamison Williams not gotten hurt in that game.
Very possible.
Because and remember, Alabama had the lead in that fourth quarter, even without. What's that?
Are you talking about 2021 in the playoffs?
Yeah.
Nobody was beating Georgia that year. They were steamrolling people.
Well, Alabama was up like 4 points in the fourth quarter with 7 minutes left. That's hardly, that seemed like Alabama was in pretty good position in that game. What's that?
What was the final score, though?
Yeah, they beat them by 2 scores. Yeah. Well, it was an 8-point game with 1 minute left. Alabama had the ball driving to tie the game. And Alabama skunked them by 2 scores in Georgia in the SEC title game. There's also that to be considered.
Yeah.
Everybody talking about how Michigan lost 34-11 to Georgia that same year, but Alabama nearly lost by the same score. So it wasn't like Michigan was the only team that got smoked by Georgia. That's my point.
Well, David, you mentioned quarterback play being a thing.
Go ahead.
Well, you mentioned quarterback play being a thing, and I think that is a piece of the puzzle as to why Georgia does have that as a if you're a really good quarterback, you have 5-star wide receivers. That seems to be the recipe to at least contend. But don't you think that postseason prep has something to do with it too?
Yeah.
I'm just noticing that Michigan, I'm going to be critical of my own team. I've seen the Instagram lives. I've seen them hanging out and going on the boat cruises and, treating these games like educational trips. And I'm wondering if while Michigan's been chilling on the boat cruises, Georgia, TCU, these teams have been in the lab getting themselves ready, and maybe the preparation has just been a little bit more serious.
I would have to agree with
Yeah,
this,
I mean, there's no
comment from, I don't know if that's Mark typing in that comment, but who in the world is comparing Michigan's effort versus the University of Georgia and Alabama versus Georgia in 2021? That is a complete and utter joke. Yes, it is.
And also,
no one's making that comparison.
Alabama didn't beat Georgia when it mattered. That was in the national championship, so you can throw that out.
Yeah, I think Georgia still probably really wanted to win the SEC championship game. I don't think they went into that game wanting to get smoked by 2 scores by Alabama. But actually, I think Alabama won that game by 3 scores in the SEC title game, if I'm not mistaken. It's either 3 or 2 scores. But I would say that the time to prepare is pretty important. I actually thought, and I've been critical of Day, I thought he game planned really well for Georgia. And they did some good things with play calling in that game. He was far more aggressive, and having the time off allowed them to prep better. And, obviously they had the fourth quarter collapse, which, cost them that game. I'll be the first to admit that. But at the same time, I think having the time off and these coaches having time to prep for these games is definitely time to help. Definitely helps them going into these games. I would agree with that. I do think that, your guys' loss to TCU was a little bit fluky. I mean, I thought that I really thought that first drive, too, was kind of I still don't understand that 4th down call by Harbaugh inside the 3-yard line by trying to run a trick play.
Oh, yeah, that was Matt Weiss trying to show his Tuesday homework on Saturday or whatever.
Jen, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
Do you think when it comes to the playoffs, do you think Michigan is just happy to be there, or they're in vacation?
I hope that's not the mentality.
Do they not prep right? Do they not prep right enough?
Oh,
do they not take it seriously, or that's what I'm trying to figure out.
I really, really hope that. Okay, maybe in 2021 it was Michigan's just happy to be there, but in 2022,
yeah.
That's, it
happened again.
Well, part of it, okay, so you also have to remember that Blake Corum being out impacted the play calling. So
yeah.
I don't think that they call that Philly special if Blake Corum's in the game.
But it's not like Donovan Edwards can't take over, you know what I mean? He's good enough too.
Well, Donovan Edwards was injured. And also, so I think that there were 2 touchdowns. I've said this. I think there are 2 touchdowns that would have happened if Blake Corum was in the game that would have put Michigan over the top. So that one factor is massive, right?
Yeah,
Blake Corum being
out. Blake is more of a. If I need tough yards, he's the guy to go to. Darwin is more of a home run hitter than Corum is.
Yeah, I thought that I do think that TCU was. They had a decent year. I watched a few of their games this year. But, yeah, I thought going into that game, I thought you guys would probably win by at least 2 scores. And it's one of those things I do think if you guys play TCU out of 10 times, I do think you guys would win a majority of the time versus them. But, that's the other thing, too. It's that one game. You have a few bad plays, a few mistakes, and anything can happen.
Yeah, and so one factor being Blake Corum, one factor being idiotic play calling, decision making in clutch moments.
Really special. Oh my god.
Yeah. Well, they did try running Khalil. They tried running Khalil Mullings, and I just don't think he was making enough of an impact where they felt comfortable using him in that situation on 4th down, and they decided to call that Philly special instead.
I just wanted to get you guys' general thoughts. Did this seem kind of like I just from college football at large, kind of watching college football over the course of the last 5 or 6 years. Maybe you thought the 2021 Georgia was. I wouldn't say it's an all-time team. Maybe you guys think differently, but I certainly this year did. I mean, if I ranked the 15, I mean, I've watched college football since about 1986. I could probably name a ton of teams better than 2022 Georgia. Now, do you think 2022 Georgia is all-time, or you'd say 2021 Georgia is an all-time team?
It's a good question. I think in different ways. I mean, I wish I could put them together. I think that part of it is because of the recency bias of both of the two last national titles. But I just saw the skill, especially on defense and what they did on offense with Monken. Maybe Stetson Bennett. He might not have been a 5-star quarterback, but he drove the offense. So I don't know. I think time will tell on that.
Well, that 2021 was definitely the best Georgia team I've ever seen. 2021.
2021 was a good year.
Well, yeah, I mean, I was also trying to put it in context of, let's say, college football over the last, let's say, 15, 20 years. Because I think, like, the 3 previous national champions, like 18 Clemson, 19 LSU, and 20 Alabama were definitely better teams, in my view. Yeah. I think 2019 LSU is, and I know Mark's going to get into the Ohio State Clemson game, but I think 2019 LSU is the greatest passing game I've seen in the history of college football.
It was incredible.
It may be the best offense I've ever seen. In 2020 Alabama is definitely up there. In 2018 Clemson shouldn't be undersold either, because they actually had a great defense that year, because they had like 4 first-round draft picks on their D line. So
I have 18 Clemson. I have 18 Clemson and 19 LSU for sure on any all-time list.
Yeah. I mean, I think that I don't know if most Georgia fans would probably agree that their 21 team was probably better than their 22 team.
Well, we'll see if
I don't know if any Georgia fans are in the
Dan
chat.
Beast Media, or I know we had one or two earlier. Because they do tend to pop onto Big Ten Live and chat, and sometimes call in too. But we'll see. But yeah, I think 21. Just 21 Georgia, based on what we saw on the field, based on all the factors that we looked at. I don't know. I think it's going to make my list.
Hair Trigger 83. I don't know. Did you see that 1918 team?
Hey, can't forget about the 1918. You got. I mean, 95 Nebraska. If we're gonna go this route,
oh God, do we have to talk about
97 Michigan, 01 Miami?
Yeah,
97 is always going to be debated.
And Ohio State has had a couple of teams.
Yeah, I mean,
Michigan fans know who would win that game in '97. I think we all know who would win.
That would be an interesting game.
Simulation. So there's I forget what the site's called. Jordan Bowman showed it to me, and you can run the simulation of like, okay, who would win, and then plug the teams in. So like you can plug in 97 Michigan, 97 Nebraska. Play it on a neutral site, play it away, play it at home, and then just run a bunch of simulations. And like Michigan, according to all of those, Nebraska didn't win one time. Home, away, neutral site.
Well, both teams survived some close games that year. Both teams had a couple of close calls. And I tell you, I thought we played a really good Florida State team in the Sugar Bowl that year. That was real good. And I don't know if that was one of Bobby Bowden's better teams, but 97 Florida State, I remember in that Sugar Bowl was really talented. I would put them, although I don't know if I would put that ahead of the list on Bobby Bowden's better teams, but it was a really good team.
So David, there's been I've been watching some of the Buckeye media out there, and some of the speculation that Number one, that Ryan Day is planning to be a little bit more of an Urban-esque CEO type coach, looking at more of the bigger picture, looking at the defense and maybe recommending some tweaks on the defense like Urban did when he said, and I think it was 2013 or 14, he said, start running the Michigan State style more, because that is so hard to fight against. Can you guys start just like running that more? And they did. And so maybe that's what's needed to kind of have Ryan Day look at, even though Knowles is obviously very experienced as a defensive coordinator, this is a whole different animal in the Big Ten. And you got to look at different things. I
agree. I mean, the defense was really bad in 21, I would say. I think it made a little bit of improvement from 2022 from 21, but not enough. Obviously, It cost them in the last 2 games. I know that. I think the one thing that I would say is, and I said this to Mark most of the year, I think the D-line and linebacker play was better in 22 than it was in 21, but the secondary was worse. So they traded slightly better D-line and linebacker play for a worse secondary. And you could see that in the last 2 games with the big pass plays that they gave up. I know we talk about a lot of times that, it starts up front with the, good D-line talent. I'd like to have some of our better cornerbacks back. I'd like to have some Lattimores or some Denzel Wards back in that secondary, rather than, everybody says, you always want to start up front with like a Chase Young or a Boza, but I'd rather have some of those guys back on the back end. So, we're not giving up big pass plays like we did the last couple games. But yeah, I mean, it also comes back to having the personnel. That's kind of where I was going with my statement, to run your scheme. So I think that's also the one thing I would say.
Yeah. Do you think that maybe they sold out a little too much? Because I mean, I just saw a consistent use of blitz of like 9-10 people in the box. And let's face it, even the biggest Michigan homer will concede Cornelius Johnson is not Odell Beckham Jr., but he looked like Odell Beckham Jr. because there was no one around, right? Because everyone was up front. So do you think that there was maybe they need to maybe have more of a mixed strategy in 23?
Yeah, I always wonder why these coaches, they talk about being multiple and playing like, different fronts and different coverages, but they stick to playing so much man, it seems like a lot of the times. And, sometimes I wish they'd play a little bit more zone and, mix up some coverages and do some things like that. I really thought that, I mean, he did make a tactical mistake in the game. The game was like 10-3 and he ran that zero blitz when he didn't need to. Yeah. That was a critical play in that game. But you can also go back to the players got to make the tackle on the sideline too.
Yeah.
It's one of those things. You can go either way on that. You can say, well, it was a bad call, but then you could also say players got to make plays. See, we're always apt in college, I think, to more blame the coach than the player. But I think now that we're compensating the players, can we start to blame them more, by the way? Is that like the way it works? Always was told once they get a paycheck, we can blame them in the NFL. In college, it's the coaches that get the paycheck, so we blame the coaches.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess the comeback, if anything, would be, well, we're not just giving them a paycheck. They're actually doing something in exchange for that, whether it's endorsing a product or some type of sponsorship arrangement or some type of tailgate activity or ball signing or autographing type situation. Yeah. They've got to do something in return for getting paid. That's how it's supposed to work. We know that sometimes people just get a car gift wrapped and things like that, but
I'm sure the NCAA will be on top of all those things there, John.
Oh yeah. And then Indiana State will get another or whatever team is. Oh yeah, we'll knock them off because Michigan had another cheeseburger.
I wanted to get your guys' thoughts. I had a question I want to throw out there, if you don't mind. What did you guys think of the new conference additions, by the way? Mark was talking about it over the weekend. Oregon.
Is that official?
I called it months ago that they were going to join, but nobody believed it.
Is that official though? I thought that was just still speculation, and that apparently the Big Ten had they had vetted them, but that they aren't actually joining quite yet. Like that hasn't been made official, but maybe that changed.
I don't think it's official as of yet that Oregon and Washington are joining, unless there was an article that was just no. I think that the idea is the speculation, right? Of like, okay, this is they're vetting. It's a vetting process. But I mean, we've been talking about Oregon and Washington as possibilities for joining the Big Ten since USC and UCLA were announced. I remember calling in to that show and talking about it, and so did others. So Oregon and Washington, the idea was that maybe they could start like a West Coast hub.
Yeah, it's not like this is old news
with USC and UCLA.
Well, I just think you're seeing the disintegration of a conference. I mean, I said this to Mark though. I think it's tough when any conference loses their anchor programs. You can see it almost as a death knell. You know what I mean? The Big 12 loses Texas and Oklahoma, which are its, kind of flagship programs, major programs. Where are you as a conference? I mean, USC is the biggest program in the pack. You know what I mean? So, and then you lose UCLA on top of that. I don't know. It's tough. It makes it that much tougher for your conference, I think.
Yeah, the Pack are in some trouble. There's trouble in River City.
Well, I think from all our perspectives, we're Big Ten people here, that basically we're going towards, basically two conferences running the sport.
Yeah. Tim Prangley said there might be a third with like the combined Frankenstein of the remaining people, right? Mm-hmm. So then you have you kind of have that like basically the mishmash of mm-hmm. the remaining ACC and the remaining Pac and Big 12 schools. But the way I see it going is a Fox Sports ESPN proxy war. Mm-hmm. Fox, as we know, and is doing the Big Ten media deals and everything, and is part of all that. And we know that ESPN is part of the SEC kind of universe, and it just seems like it's becoming a proxy war there, and the two sides continue to grow.
Yeah, I mean, I think that once Texas and Oklahoma went to the SEC, I mean, the Big Ten had to strike back. You know what I mean? Because of the power dynamic. Mm-hmm. And, the Big Ten has enough dollars and has enough backing and in that to where they said, okay, you go and get Texas, Oklahoma. We got to go and get USC and UCLA. And, I like I said, I was talking to Mark about this over the weekend. I still like college football to be a little bit more regionalized like it used to be, but the sport is changing in many ways. And I don't know if it's changing for the better. Be interested to hear your guys' thoughts on that, but
I definitely agree with you. I miss the regionality. I miss how it used to be. It's going to become the NFL. That's what it's going to become ultimately. And I feel like we're getting away from the football and more towards the money, and I don't like that.
Neil's changing college football for sure.
Yeah. Our buddy Joey Foster talks about this and talks about how the spirit of NIL, mm-hmm. I agree with in terms of making, if you prove it on the field, you do well,
right?
Then sell some jerseys and and do a sponsorship deal and whatever. Like you basically, if you do well on the field, you build a name for yourself. You should have the right to be able to profit off your name, image, and likeness. The spirit of it totally down, but then you get into some of these absurd arrangements that we're hearing about, multi-million-dollar situations, and I think it's becoming a little bit of a crazy thing.
Yeah,
there's tampering going on too in college.
Oh, yeah.
You can't tell me there's not.
No, I agree. I think
not new.
Yeah. Well, you're seeing it's some of it was with the summer or with the Southern programs. You're seeing, I mean, what did Nick Saban call out Jimbo Fisher for basically buying a recruiting class? And
Yeah,
no, he just literally
he
said the
did.
quiet
He
part, not so
straight up
quiet
said
part.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, you bought a recruiting class. He said it to him, and that led to that interesting war of words there for a couple of weeks between the two. But yeah, I mean, the South knows how to play the game. They know how to make shine, as they say. They know how to do it. But but it was supposed to be like John, like you originally said, that a player would go to a school, maybe he would, do some advertising for XYZ company or his jersey sales or things like that and make money off of it. It wasn't designed to, buy recruits, which is, seems to be, something going on right now, which is not for the better.
Well, we got Penn State fans in there puffing their chest out in the chat. Yeah, we'll see in Happy Valley, buddy. Because Aller didn't look too good to me, so I think he's overhyped.
Has Penn State become? I mean, it's not at Ohio State level in terms of rivalry, but it feels like Penn State has become, and maybe it's partly because of Franklin, and sometimes he can be be a little bit whiny, according to some. Maybe that's part of it, but it seems like the Penn State-Michigan rivalry has heated up the last couple of years pretty extensively.
So this is an interesting year for them because, there's a lot of hype. They had a pretty good year last year. I mean, obviously they lost to the two big teams in the Big Ten. But it's interesting because, after they had like his best teams, I always thought that, those McSorley, Saquon Barkley teams were good teams. And then, after that, he's had like a couple decent teams, but then some teams that weren't so good. And it always seemed, by the way, did it seem like Sean Clifford was there for like 800 years?
Yeah.
Yep.
I think he got a pension from them in Social Security or something.
Something like it.
Yeah, Clifford was pretty much Van Wilder in Penn State, man. He was there for like 30 or 40 years, I think.
Yeah, I find it interesting now that they've moved on to a different quarterback. But yeah, I saw Aller play. He's from our neck of the woods up here, and he kind of looks the type of the quarterback. Now, whether he can do that under live bullets, I mean, we'll see. But they still have a lot of talent. They have some talent coming back too with those two running backs and some defensive talent. But until you see it in big games from Franklin, it still remains to be seen. That's the question, I think.
Yeah, I'm not sold on Drew Aller, and I just haven't seen enough games. I don't know if you caught the earlier part with Corey Brado when we were talking about this, where it's like we were evaluating the Iowa versus Penn State game, and I was giving my reasons why I think Iowa was going to win the game, and one of which is there's a year-plus game film on Cade, and we know about the type of quarterback he is. He's not Aaron Rodgers, but he'll run an offense for you. He'll throw to the tight end. He'll even win a game or two that you might not have won otherwise. I don't know what to expect with Drew Aller other than he's a 5-star. And, we've seen very limited play on the field.
Yeah.
The stars don't do all the talking all the time. That's all I'll say. I've talked about it on this show before. The stars don't always pan out. I'll put it that way.
Harbaugh's 6-3 against Penn State. I don't know where you got 3-3 from, buddy.
There's a lot of trash talk happening in this chat, and I love it. Can I just say that?
We're here for it. That's
right.
That's part of being a fan, I guess.
That's right.
There you go.
All right, guys.
Yeah, Penn State's going to be interesting. I'm wondering, they're probably going to start preseason poll top 6 or 7, somewhere in that neighborhood. I know they're going to be overhyped, but
yeah, I think you'll see all Michigan, Ohio State, and Penn State all in the top 7 or 8.
Yeah. Which, the last time it's, when you've had really all three programs operating, probably 2016 was probably the last year where you probably had all three programs operating at kind of that high level, So it'll be interesting. And you know what? The 3-quarterback dynamic, as I've said to Mark, I find really interesting, because Ohio State recruited McCord, instead of McCarthy, is famously known. And they didn't recruit Aller, who's out of the state of Ohio. So it's going to be interesting to see how all three of these quarterbacks play this year, I think.
Yeah. That whole dynamic of picking McCord over JJ, that was interesting, and it's what makes me think, unless Brown has a ridiculous fall camp, I just don't see how game one McCord is an under center. It would have to be. Devin Brown would have to light it up in fall camp.
Joey Daglio in chat. Didn't Ohio State fans say wait till we play Columbus? Also, what happened? What happened there? Do you know what happened?
I hear you guys. You guys have the bragging rights. I'm not here to say otherwise.
I'm talking about the Penn State fan. He said, "You think we're just going to come in and win in Happy Valley?" Well, we did it in Columbus. Why can't we do it in Happy Valley?
Yeah, you guys won there in what 21? It was a good game. Wasn't that 21-20 or something like that? That was a close one. Wasn't that a real close game? I think when you guys played them there in Happy Valley in 2021.
Yeah, it was 21-17. I think he hit Eric All, didn't he, John, for the game-winning touchdown?
Eric All, yep, Cade to Eric All, yep. And
I remember they showed that video various places when we got Cade on our roster and
Eric All on our
roster. Of course, yeah, of course. I'm thinking about that video again.
Yeah, that was like the definitive moment where it was like, wow, they like Michigan, because traditionally Michigan's offense, you win games over time, but it's hard to find a moment in Michigan's offense at least in recent years where it's like they had to go win the game. Like it wasn't just Michigan wasn't just already ahead and kind of coasting. No, they had to literally, Penn State was going to win the game. Michigan had to make a play to take the lead. Yeah. You didn't see that a lot. And
Hair trigger 83. Hair trigger 83. No, 2 years isn't domination, but the scores of those two games were. Just saying.
Yeah. See, Mark is saying it right there. Yep.
Eric All scored the game winner for
Yep.
Right. Now, where'd all transfer to? Isn't he?
He transferred to Iowa.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, home of the tight end.
That's right. Tight end U.
Yeah, him and Luke Lachey are going to be the big targets this year, right, Eric?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, I'm excited to see that. That's going to be good.
Cade McNamara said in his post-game press conference after the spring game, I believe it was, where he said this was the most stacked tight end room he has ever played in.
I've heard that other places too, not just out of Cade's mouth.
Now, if you can just get Brian to call the right plays, right, Erica?
Well, I think what needs to happen is that Cade doesn't listen to all the plays he calls and he changes it at the line. That's what needs to happen.
They gotta get
all of our quarterbacks have been decent since Brian's been in charge. Have been the ones who've done that, like Nate Stanley, etc. So that's
maybe it's just time to get rid of all the LaFerrises, man. Honestly,
I wouldn't cry about that.
LaFerrises
would not cry about that one bit. Although I think with Kirk, the thing about Kirk is he's going to lose all of his good reputation if he keeps on like this. And that would be sad to a lot of Iowa fans, including myself. And I think he needs to leave while he's still a little teensy bit ahead. I think that teensy bitness is going away day in, day out. So he needs to, I don't know. I respect Kirk a lot, but I think that his time is coming or has come and he's going to outstay his welcome very soon. And Brian's not even go there because everybody knows how I feel about Brian.
Yeah, it seems like they're holding the Iowa back at their full potential.
They are.
The way they call stuff.
100%. Unfortunately, that's the truth.
Yeah, it's a shame because they wouldn't need that much offense with that defense to win games.
They need a serviceable offense. That's all they need. Which, to be honest, I think it's possible they get there even with Brian there this year. As much as it pains me to say that, I think it's possible. And the reason it pains me is because that means he's not going to lose his job.
Yeah, isn't that such a weird thing? Because on the one hand, you obviously want Iowa to succeed, But on the other hand, you don't want Brian Ferentz to have a job after this year. So,
well, here's the thing. Like, it's just such a unique, I mean, we've said this before too. It's such a unique situation happening at Iowa because 2 out of 3 of, like our special teams are elite. Our defense is elite. Our offense is garbage. So it's just like this weird, it's this weird, like almost there. Like we could make it. We could really be something, but we can't because our offense holds us back. And I did want to comment though. Let me scroll back up. I saw a comment I wanted to respond to. Shadyville 03. Should Iowa go after Mark Stoops?
we talked about that. Didn't we talk about that like one of the first panels?
I don't know if it was on this show. I know we talked about it on Corey's show quite a few times. I will say I was very high on Mark Stoops before, but I don't know. I kind of am of the thought that it needs to be Phil Parker or LeVar Woods at this point. I think LeVar Woods would be a great dynamic coach for us. Although that being said, I'm not sure he's got the offensive background or the background with like calling, like making, play calls and that. But I know that he's got the personality. He's a pretty good recruiter. He's the one who recruited our star punter from Australia. So I think he's got that under his belt as far as like he's a good recruiter in that, and he's got the right spirit and he's got the desire to win. Like he wants to win more than anybody else. And
Can I get a quick reply? Can I get a quick reply to Argraw? Michigan was in back-to-back college football playoffs, buddy. You were in bowl games. There's a big difference in the two.
wait, who are you responding to?
Sorry. Argraw. Penn State fans are chirping hard in the chat right now, man.
As spirited as this is, folks, we've been going 4 hours, and we thank.
Make it to the college football playoff, Penn State, and then come talk to me.
Make it, Penn State will have a chance this year, and they gotta beat at least one of the two, Michigan or Ohio State, in order to probably make it. So,
yeah, we actually should be undefeated against Franklin. Our loss in 16 was a little.
It was a little dicey.
We let that game kind of get away, I think, a little bit in the fourth quarter. But
so this is going to sound interesting, probably coming from me as an Iowa fan. But for crying out loud, like P-Trash beat them.
Yeah,
yeah.
That's when you know.
I mean, please don't get me wrong here, but that's pretty. Granted, it wasn't, Kinnick and all that type of thing. And of course, I can see the chats right now coming from Penn State fans. Oh, but Sean Clifford got injured. No. That's called an excuse. And it's also kind of questionable when every 5 seconds your players are getting injured.
You too, Michael, Notre Dame fans. Make it to a college football playoff. Then come talk to me.
Oh, the Notre Dame fans, you got to love them.
All right, guys. So Darrell wants to chime in. Friend of the show, Darrell MVP. So I'm gonna just bring you in, Darrell, but just with the caveat.
Darrell.
With the caveat that we're gonna do about 5 more minutes, and then we're gonna probably be done. But,
that's fine. That's fine, John. Everybody doing good tonight?
Yeah. How are you?
Just fine.
I'm doing good. Can we please stop talking about Mark Stoops going anywhere else other than Kentucky, please?
I knew that was gonna bring you in.
Hey, Darrell, you might be getting that 4 or 5 star. What's his name? Bowley.
The last 5-star Kentucky had went off to a different school. So, I mean, that's the way with the transfer portals. I think schools like Kentucky, Iowa, Wisconsin, they're going to have them for 1 or 2 years, and then they're going to go to the Ohio States, Michigans, Alabama, Georgias of the world. So I don't care about recruiting at all.
Unless their last name is Epinesa, then we're keeping them.
Fair enough. But did you see the big news when it came to streaming today, when it came to sports?
Haven't seen it.
The NFL is going to have a playoff game on streaming only.
Peacock.
Oh, what platform?
Peacock.
Darrell, is that supposed to be this season?
Yes, that's what I saw.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah, as in the worst one, Peacock. Yeah.
So that's a bunch of Peacock.
I don't like Peacock that much. I mean, it comes personally over here. It comes free with my cable package. I can't complain too much.
I actually am not surprised by this. I was talking to a friend of mine a couple of weeks ago. I said it's just a matter of time before a lot of these NFL games go to like these streaming services or things like that. I had to go out to get Amazon Prime this year to watch those Thursday night games. Although I don't know if that was a good thing. A lot of those Thursday night games were terrible games, by the way.
David, you know, I don't know if anybody knows, if you go to twitch.tv, you can watch it from there.
Mhm.
Okay.
Oh.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, Porter Osborne Jr. That's correct. I have Xfinity, and you do get Peacock for free. That's true.
But if it was a regular season game between Houston and Jacksonville, I could get it because how many people are going to watch that game? But a playoff game?
Yeah.
I mean, you're going to have those playoff games in huge numbers.
Yeah.
And I mean, I could see, honestly, with the playoff, I could see it being cut by 70 or 80%.
Do you think, Daryl, that they're going to offer some type of like one-day pass type of thing just so people watch the game on Peacock?
No, because I don't think they did that with the regular season.
No, actually, you're right. They didn't. I don't think.
Yeah, I will say this about I don't know how many of the Amazon games you guys watched. And by the way, don't forget to use Mark's Amazon link, which is in the description section. But also, I believe I watched a couple of the Amazon games. I thought that the broadcasting quality and overall quality, forget the games that were played. I'm talking about the broadcasting quality. They picked some kind of crappy games, but the broadcasting quality is very good.
Well,
I thought the definition was good. Obviously, they had Al Michaels. I mean,
you start there. You're starting at a good place there, John, with Al Michaels. Yeah.
I watched one of the 49ers games on Amazon Prime last season because I've been watching the 49ers, and it was good. It looked very good on the TV. Like you said, the dimension and everything. I don't think that's necessarily a bad move because a lot of people do have Prime, and that means that people are going to get exposure, regardless if that be, college football or NFL. So I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing.
You're right. My thinking is how many people are going to go to Amazon Prime for NFL football?
I mean,
I just don't know.
I did it. I'm not a huge NFL person at all, and I did it, but that's just because it was the 49ers.
Like, the only time I know people who regularly use Amazon Prime is for grocery shopping and stuff like that. Right. And I just don't see that type of demographic being like, I'm going to watch a football game on this website. I just don't see it.
But to your point, you just said a few minutes ago, then there's also the Twitch option.
Right, but with this game being on Peacock only,
then you're screwed. Yeah.
Right. You're not going to get on Twitch.
You know what? To be honest, though, I mean, given the world we live in, people can figure out different ways to do different things, if you get my drift. Not that, I mean, I have Prime. I watched it the right way and everything, but people can figure out how to do whatever they want. I mean, I'm not saying that, I'm not condoning that, but that's the truth.
Yeah. Back to the NFL chasing the dollars, though, too, getting people to, pay for watching football, which is.
And we all know, I believe, they're going to have the 2-7 matchup as their first playoff game. I don't see any way it's going to be the 4-5 or the 3-6. Like, you're going to have, what was the 2-7 last year? You had the Bills play the Dolphins. I could see that being the Peacock game.
It actually turned out to be a good game, Daryl.
Yeah, I know, but how many people were expecting that to go into the game? Miami had their third string quarterback in the game.
Oh, that's right.
Everybody thought Buffalo was this dynasty that was going to win every single Super Bowl from here to 10 years from now. Josh Allen was the greatest quarterback of all time. They had the best coach and best receiver of all time. Oh, that feels like something the Kansas City Chiefs all have right there. But
why did I not expect you to go there, Daryl?
Hey, listen, I've got to keep up with the kingdom, okay? I've got to protect the kingdom.
Yeah, I hear you.
That's the SEC thing, man.
Right? Well, I'm not worried about Michigan. So
well, I'm glad you think we don't need your worry. I think that's very nice of you to say.
We want to keep it that way. Yeah, we love being doubted.
Daryl, can I go back to what you said at the get-go here? You're passionate about keeping Mr. Stoops, I noticed.
Yeah, because he's probably been the best coach Kentucky's ever had.
I don't know about Kentucky football at all. So
he has the most wins ever.
Okay.
Bear Bryant, that Bear Bryant that played at Alabama, or was the coach at Alabama, had the most. That's how insignificant Kentucky football is they had a throwaway coach basically have the most wins for like 70, 80 years.
He can recruit. I'll give him that for sure.
Oh yeah.
I mean, to be blunt, like if we were to get one of the Stoops brothers, I'd want Bob, of course. But that's not going to
I
happen.
think we'll turn Kentucky around. I think they'll be contenders.
Anybody catch a couple days ago the XFL National Championship? Bob Stoops won. So Bob Stoops has now had his second national championship. He had one in college football, and now he has one for the Arlington Renegades.
I heard
the
about it. I didn't watch it.
XFL.
By the way, shout out to a team in Arlington finally winning a championship.
There you go.
I mean, if you're a Cowboys fan, this just got to be one of the worst years ever. You had the Eagles make the Super Bowl, and you have a team in Arlington win a championship. I mean, just brutal for the Cowboys.
Can I say that the Stoops? It's good to see Stoops back on the.
Just alike.
Sorry. No, go ahead. Now, I was just going to say.
David, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. I was just real quick. It's good to see Stoops back involved in football and not working on Fox Sports. I thought he was terrible as an announcer. By the way, I didn't think he was a really good addition there.
or you know, I mean, he's also doesn't he have his tequila line as well? So he's doing
He has a tequila line. Oh my goodness!
I'm pretty sure
Bourbon.
Okay. Bourbon.
Three things Kentucky's known for: bourbon, bluegrass, horses.
College basketball there, Darrell?
What?
College
They're known
basketball.
for Kentucky Fried Chicken too.
Oh yeah, Kentucky Fried Chicken. I forgot about the basketball. I mean, we're a football school. I consider us a football school until our basketball school actually wins something significant.
Yeah. Well, you want to? Oh, okay. So since what? 12-year-olds haven't seen Kentucky win a national championship in basketball. You guys are calling that a drought?
Yes, exactly. Every year Kentucky doesn't win it is a drought.
They still calling for Calipari's head down there. Is that still the?
I think it died off a little bit, but I want Calipari gone.
Okay.
I wouldn't want like Mike Budenholzer or Monty Williams. He just got fired from the Suns. I think he's a great head coach. I don't understand why they let go of him. Mark Few for Gonzaga. He's been at Gonzaga for 25 years and hasn't won the title. But no, we're stuck with John Calipari because he wins recruiting wars.
Which, how much does that mean if you're saying that their basketball is bad, right?
Well, Kentucky's won one March Madness game in 4 years. Since 19? Yeah, 4 years. So, not good. Not acceptable, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah. You'd think with the level he recruits at, you would be better than that. I hear where you're going.
Mm-hmm.
Frustrating.
Well, with that said, like I said, we've been going a while. I think we're going to wrap here. But what we're going to do is we're going to give everybody a final thought. And if you want to share where people can find you on the internet, if you want to do that. Darrell, we know people can find you from the comments and chat, so I won't ask you that part. But do you have any parting comment for us?
Yeah, hopefully Oregon, Washington, or some other team decides to join a different conference. That way we can get some actual realignment news and let USC and UCLA not be the only darlings for the Big Ten in the West Coast. Fight on, John, and everybody in the chat.
Fight on. There you go. All right. And let's go with David. Final thought from you?
Yeah, just enjoy the show. I plan to be back with you guys more. I know I do a lot more with Mark, but I will be probably joining you guys more as the season moves along, as we get towards football season, and just looking forward to getting closer to college football.
There you go. We're getting there, slowly but surely. All right, good to see you, David. Thanks for coming in.
Thanks, guys. Have a good one. Take care.
You too. Bye. All right, let's go, Erica.
Not much to say. I'm looking forward, obviously, to seeing what Iowa does with their weapons that they got out of the portal. Like we were talking about, what was it, like 2 hours ago, something like that?
Right. Yeah. 7 hours, however long it's been.
And then the other message I have is don't be scared to call in. We don't bite usually. Don't be a keyboard warrior. Be a winner and call in. Other than that, you can find me on Twitter, Erikita0115, talking about travel, college football, women's basketball, but really only Iowa for women's basketball.
There you go.
And cute dogs. So if you are so inclined, feel free to look me up.
Absolutely. Erica, it's always great to have you on.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Have a good night.
You too. Bye. All right, Jason. Good show tonight, huh?
Yeah, a lot of crazy stuff going on in chat. But anyways, I'll keep it short. I just want to say, you know, we got. Hopefully, we'll have Beasley, Nichols, and who was the other guy? Stewart. They should all be committing soon to Michigan. Hopefully, they got crystal ball recently.
Yeah, Marion Stewart. Yeah.
And like I said earlier, the nil thing I heard about. I'll try to find his name, but yeah, that's huge for Michigan. So we definitely need to open up our nil game. So that's great news for us. You know, just looking forward to college football. I can't wait for it to start. You know, counting down the days. So, all right, guys, have a good night. Thank you for having me on. It was a good show tonight, John.
And I'm sure I'll see you Wednesday at 5 for Michigan Wolverines Live.
Yep, and it's great to be a Michigan Wolverine, right?
Absolutely. Go Blue.
All right, go Blue, John. Have a good night.
You too. Bye, Jason. All right. That was fun, wasn't it, folks? So before we depart, a few final questions and a few final things here that I'll take from the chat. Shadyville says, go Blue. Excellent. Go Wolverines. So we're getting a lot of the Wolverine love in the chat here. We did talk about, so congratulations to Bob Stoops on winning another championship, this time in the XFL. And, you know, he's been doing all right. He won a bowl game for Oklahoma recently, and now he's winning XFL championships. So he's doing pretty well. Yes, Dan Beast Media, we did acknowledge that you have officially gotten Dylan Raiola. And we kind of were speculating on why. And maybe Mike Bobo being a reason. Because we're kind of speculating, you know, that this obviously happened. This shift happened the last few months away from Nebraska and USC. And you were one of the people who said early, look out for Georgia. Look out for little old Georgia. There you go. Lay it all out on the table. Yeah, and please call in. I mean, you know, you don't have to call in, but if you call in, then you get to present your point of view. You get to present your school's point of view. I would love to see more Maryland, MSU, Purdue, Illinois, Indiana, Rutgers. Can somebody find us a Rutgers fan? Can we just find a Rutgers fan? I would love that. We could talk Rutgers football for like half hour. That'd be fun. All right. So a couple of final thoughts, final points. Don't forget to check out our Amazon link in the description section of every video. When you're doing your shopping on Amazon, I just got a popcorn maker because I was tired of having to microwave popcorn. I wanted to have popcorn just like in the movie theater. So I decided I was going to go on Amazon. I'm going to use Mark Rogers' Amazon link, get myself a popcorn maker. And I did so. And you know what? It's delicious. And also, Mark Rogers got a couple of bucks. So check out the Amazon link in the description section of any video. Of course, we also have a bunch of other shows coming up. We have tomorrow night, it is Great Debate Month. So we're going to be talking tomorrow night, 8:30 p.m. Eastern, Clemson versus Ohio State, 2019. So check it out. Mark is going to be representing the Ohio State Buckeyes point of view, and Jordan Bowman and others are going to be representing the Clemson point of view, and they're going to have a no-holds-barred debate. Look out, folks. And grab your popcorn. Tuesday, 8:30 p.m., aka tomorrow, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. Also, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video. Share it with others. If you want to sponsor the Voice of College Football and promote your product or service, business, or even yourself, you can sponsor as an individual person. So we could hypothetically have the Voice of College Football sponsored by George. We could have the Voice of College Football sponsored by DeReal MVP. Hit us up, MarkRogersTV at gmail.com with the possibilities of promoting personal brand, business brand, product, service, you name it. We want to thank Aura, who, of course, you get yourself a 2-week free trial, and it will really help the channel if you go to Aura. So I'm going to post the link right here. Get yourself a 2-week free trial using the Mark Rogers link. Boom. Do that if you haven't already. I know a couple of people said they were going to do it. Please do that. And we have merch. This is going to be my last thing before we shut down for the night. We have merch. So, if you haven't checked out the merch store yet, what are you doing with your life? On the merch store, you're going to see a variety of products, including t-shirts, mugs, hoodies, long sleeves, cell phone cases. Oh, look, in case you ever wanted a Voice of College Football embroidered apron, I didn't even see this one before. Is this a new one? We now have a Voice of College Football apron for you to put on when you're doing your cooking. All right, so when you have your popcorn maker that you bought on Amazon, then you put on your Voice of College Football apron. Light a candle for your team that needs a candle lit for them. You get your pint glasses. Have your favorite beverage in a top 25 that actually makes sense pint glass. Shoes, bucket hats, dad hats, swimming trunks. It's getting to be that time of the year to go to the pool. Get yourself a Mark Rogers Voice of College Football pair of swimming trunks, yoga pants, wine tumblers, and so on. And now, not only do we have the Voice of College Football, but we have the Michigan at Voice of College Football line of merch. We have, Erica, you're going to love this, we have the Iowa. Oh my God, there's now an Iowa section. That's right, folks. Get yourself a Voice of College Football Iowa pint glass or a football mug or a t-shirt or any of this stuff. You got yourself Iowa. You got yourself for the West Virginia fan in your life. We all know the West Virginia fan in our lives. And now that West Virginia, too, has merch. So it looks like it's Voice of College Football, Michigan, Miami, USC, OU, Iowa, and West Virginia. How about that? How about that, folks? All right, let's look at the last comments there. Hawkeye fans, I'm sure they do. They actually, the mug looks good. The mug does look good. I recommend, yeah, definitely consider getting that mug. Yeah, they did a good job with that one and getting the logo and all of that. So merch store, putting the link right here. What else do we have? Okay. Oh yes, 45-14. This I'm assuming we're referring to the 2019 Notre Dame game. That was a interesting game, and it was definitely to Harbaugh's strength to do that. All right, folks. Coming up next in 30 minutes, stay tuned, and what we're going to do is we'll put the link right in the channel, right in the chat, so all you have to do is click it and then just let it ride. Click it and let it ride for a half hour. It's the USC Trojans live show at 11 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Pacific. USC Trojans Live. Boom. So that link is going to take you straight to the video, and then just chill for half an hour, go have a cocktail, have a beverage. I have to hit the gym for a bit, do my workout for the night. And then we're going to have USC Trojans Live, 11 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Pacific, with Mark Rogers and Matt Zemek from USA Today, Trojans Wire. And like I always say, you learn something every time you watch the show. I want to thank everybody who liked this video, was on chat, came onto the panel. Everybody who was respectful and nice to others. Thank you for that. I know it can get heated. Everybody loves their team. But if we stay respectful, that's all I ask. And we mostly did that tonight. And thank you for everybody who did that. And thank you for everybody who super chatted. When we do Big Ten Live, your super chat shows up at the bottom here. So we've had some great super chats. Thank you to Lemansky and Nick and Wampus75 and Barry Eastbrush and Erica and Stephen Light, and so on. And Cole, of course. All right, y'all. I'll see you in chat in the USC Trojans Live. Until next time, go blue. Thanks a lot, y'all.